Chapter 209. Xia Yan. Xia Yan, I love you. Xia Yan. I love you. A woman's scream could be heard continuously. Even in the noisy stadium, her voice was very penetrating. Xia Yan was a little stunned and turned around to see Lu Chang struggling. At this moment, Lu Chang was like a groupie who was being dragged out of the stadium by the security guards. While struggling, Lu Chang turned around to look in Xia Yan's direction and said, "I'll help you with your homework for the second half of the semester. I'll buy you breakfast. I'll put snacks, fruits, and yogurt in your desk every day." Xia Yan was speechless. The security guards dragged the girl, who ran into the stadium to scatter flowers and throw bursting flames in a frenzy before pushing Lu Chang out with all their might. Lu Chang said, "Hey, don't push me. I'm a contestant too. I still have to compete in the competition later. Don't push me." Of course, the security guard did not believe her. While pushing Lu Chang, he yelled angrily, "Fan, get lost." Su Ro looked proud and elated in the livestream. Looking at the mighty goddess Shui on the screen, she couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. She smacked the table and said, "Let's see who dares to go against me now. I ranked Han Jiangxue second in the individual rankings this year. Do I think she deserves it?" It would have been fine if Su Ro hadn't mentioned it. Once she mentioned it, the comments on the screen changed all of a sudden. Of course, it was undeniable that the comments changed so quickly because the lucky draw had ended. "Darn meat bun, you still haven't told us who's in the first place." Yeah, who's in the first place? Tell us. Could it be Gao Junwei who was pinned to the ground just now? Haha XSO. Gao Junwei is your grandfather. F***CKU. Shut up. Ha, he was killed by Goddess Shui in seconds. Killed in seconds, are you angry? Su Ro looked at the list of contestants for the second round and said, "Who's in the first place? You'll see it soon. Zhou Tsang from Chiqing High School." Dian? Haha, he's my classmate. My brother is definitely a macho man. Isn't it Zhou Tsang? Why is it called Dian? During the language exam for the first year of high school, he complained that the essay questions were not up to standard, so he wrote an ellipsis and pointed out 6 points. The class placement exam is still like this? Are you pretending? Even though he got a 0 for his essay, he was still assigned to the top class after the overall results came out. How powerful can this guy be? Ranked in front of my snow goddess? He has a star technique from the grasslands of Daming Dynasty. Are you afraid? It below star level 4? Are you kidding me? Su Ro's livestream was getting more and more popular. In the Red Sun Stadium, Jiang Zhao's team was leaving. When they walked to the entrance of the players' tunnel, the spectators on both sides cheered enthusiastically. Wonderful! What an exciting match! Well done! Well done! A series of cheers and applause stunned the team members. Among them, a girl with a missing piece of hair stood up excitedly and clasped her hands in front of her chest while looking at the team members of Jiangbin High School gratefully. That girl was the student who had been brutally ravaged by Gao Junwei in the arsenal. At this moment, she was looking at Han Jiangxue with a pious gaze, as if she was looking at a hero who had punished evil and promoted good. Jiang Xiao and the others noticed that the young people on both sides of the players' tunnel were different from the ordinary spectators. They finally came to a sudden realization. It seemed that Gao Junwei's team had really angered the public. However, they had to admit that in the face of strength, those teams could only be beaten up and ravaged. Now that the team from Jiangbin High School had defeated the team from Jiangbin High School number 3 so cleanly, Jiang Xiao and the others naturally became heroes. The girl with a missing piece of hair looked at Han Jiangxue excitedly. She stared at her expressionless and exquisite face, her fluttering black hair, and the blue hairband that fluttered gently in the wind. She watched as Han Jiangxue walked towards her step by step. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Thank you, Han Jiangxue, thank you." Han Jiangxue didn't stop and looked up, but she didn't respond at all. She was not a hero who rode on colorful, auspicious clouds. She just wanted to advance and had nothing to do with the other teams. That was all. At the entrance of the players' tunnel, Li Wei, who was at the front, suddenly stopped in his tracks. The 4 male students from Chiching High School were heading towards them. One of the boys took the lead and stood in the center position, attracting everyone's attention at a glance. His appearance was rather delicate, with red lips and white teeth. He also had a head of elegant shoulder-length hair. His slender figure and handsome face, coupled with his melancholy temperament, were indeed enough to cause people to cast sidelong glances. Fortunately, he was an awakened. If he were an ordinary high school student, he would probably have been forced to cut his hair short by the school. In contrast, Li Wei, who was equally handsome, seemed rather masculine. 29 seconds, not bad. The boy flicked his shoulder-length hair and reached out to stroke it. He then stood in front of Li Wei and looked at Han Jiangshu. Jiang Shao bumped Xia Yan's shoulder and said, "Look at her gentle and beautiful aura. Learn from her and behave like a woman." Xia Yan was dumbfounded. The boy said in a soft and calm voice, "I'm Zhou Tsang from Chiching High School." Jiang Shao felt relieved and thought, "It's really him. He's a rather peculiar student in this cohort who has a particularly peculiar star technique, Soul Whip. Its effect is similar to that of the Savage Sorcerer's star technique, Zombie Spirit, but it is manifested in a different form, Whip. This star technique was produced in the extremely dangerous star bead of the poisonous ivy flower demon in Daming Province. The star bead contained a gold-quality star technique, but unfortunately, Zhou Tsang only managed to absorb the silver-quality star technique, Soul Whip. However, even if he only managed to absorb the lowest-level silver-quality star technique, it was enough for Zhou Tsang to dominate his cohort. Zhou Tsang glanced at everyone and said softly, "I look forward to meeting you guys in the finals." "Zhou Tsang?" A strange voice came from the side. "You're not going to carry a knife for your second master, but you're here to participate in the competition?" Jiang Shao turned around, only to see that it was a long-faced male student. Judging from the school uniform he was wearing, he reckoned that he should be a member of the other team. Jiang Shao reckoned that he probably heard Zhou Tsang say that he was going to compete with Jiangbin High School in the finals, and thus didn't take the competition seriously at all. Hence, his opponent was displeased. Speak of the devil, and the second master appears. He heard a loud and clear voice coming from behind him. "Zhou Tsang, you can't do it. I'll have to deal with them." Zhou Tsang turned around and looked behind him with the corner of his eye. He sneered and said, "Wu Haoyang, have you forgotten that you crawled out of Qi City previously?" Wu Haoyang's face turned red and he barked angrily, "Don't spout nonsense." Zhou Tsang smirked and glanced at Wu Haoyang from the corner of his eye. He then turned around to look at Han Jiangshu and said, "Don't leave. Go straight to the semi-finals later. 30 seconds is enough." The students in the stadium tunnel, including the staff, were all slightly stunned. Immediately afterwards, the cameramen swarmed forward like sharks that had smelled blood. They filmed the conflict before the match from all angles, including the handsome and unruly Zhou Tsang. The long-faced male student, who was Zhou Tsang's opponent, was immediately displeased. With a look of exasperation, he barked, "What did you say?" Zhou Tsang ignored his opponent and instead pushed Li Wei aside with one hand on his chest. He then led his team members through the team from Jiangbin High School. Jiang Shao could tell from this small action that this guy was very arrogant and tough. There seemed to be no such thing as taking a detour in his dictionary. Jiang Shao and the others looked at each other, but Han Jiangshu wasn't in the mood to play around. Under her orders, everyone strode towards the locker room and seized the time to rest and replenish their star power. After all, the competition today was not over yet and they still had a semi-final to play. Wu Haoyang stared at Zhou Tsang's back and his anger gradually dissipated. He chided smilingly, "Ha, you're still as stubborn as ever. Love and hate are decided in an instant." Jiang Shao hummed a tune and brushed past Wu Haoyang. Wu Haoyang was dumbfounded. Li Wei hurriedly turned around, picked Jiang Shao up, and sprinted for 100 meters. He was really afraid that Wu Haoyang would get into a fight with Jiang Shao on a whim. Jiang Shao was like a pig waiting to be slaughtered as he struggled and screamed. In the end, he was still thrown into the locker room by Li Wei. "Xiaopi, I'm begging you. Don't you know what Wu Haoyang's temper is like? Let's enter the finals safely and clinch the first place, okay? I'll be able to report to your sister Qingmei when we get back." Li Wei bent his knees slightly and looked at Jiang Shao, who had been thrown onto the chair, with a pleading look on his face. However, Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. His gaze had long been attracted by the projector television on the wall of the locker room. "Xiaopi!" Li Wei was a little bewildered and turned around, only to be dumbfounded too. More than 10 seconds later. Bang! The door of the locker room was kicked open by Xia Yan. She strode in with her long legs and said teasingly, "You too, sure." Jiang Shao exclaimed as he pointed at the projector television. Xia Yan and Han Jiangshu looked at the television in unison, only to hear the referee's voice. Qiqing High School wins. On the screen, there were 2 students who were fleeing in a panic, as well as 2 students who had fainted after being bombed. They could tell that the 2 students had probably been blasted unconscious by the bursting fireball. It was worth mentioning that the 2 students' feet were entangled with vines and their movements were probably restricted. That was why they were hit. On the screen, Zhou Tsang sighed softly, as if he felt a little bored. He smoothed his long hair back from his forehead with one hand and raised his eyes to look at the hazy sky, looking at the falling snowflakes. He said calmly, "The snow is about to stop. Jiangbin High School, come up." "Wow." In the locker room, Jiang Shao sat down on the stool and muttered, "Pretentious. Pretentious king?" Chapter 210. Of course, the team from Jiangbin High School wouldn't listen to Zhou Tsang's words and go on stage for the semifinals. After all, it was Group B's next match. The top 8 contestants were divided into 2 groups, A and B. Group A. First place vs 8th place, 4th place vs 5th place. Group B. Second place versus 7th place, 3rd place versus 6th place. Group A and B would each decide a winner to participate in the finals. The battle for 1st and 2nd place, as well as 3rd and 4th place, would begin tomorrow. This year's Beijiang Province High School League was beyond everyone's expectations. Take Group A for example, the battle between the 1st and the 8th place was decided in just 29 seconds. The battle between the 4th and 5th place, which was supposed to be the closest in strength, also ended within 40 seconds. The rules of the tournament stated that each match could not exceed 30 minutes. This rule had not been of much use so far. After the competition in Group B, it was time for the finals of Group A, which was Jiangbin High School versus Qiqing High School. Jiang Shao would be able to rest for as long as the 2 matches in Group B lasted. To Jiang Zhao's helplessness, Wu Haoyang seemed to be going all out against them. The 3rd-ranked Xindan Creek High School number 11 defeated their opponent easily in 37 seconds. As soon as the whistle sounded, Wu Haoyang charged forward crazily with his crescent saber in hand. His momentum was astonishing. What was more frightening was that after Wu Haoyang roared twice in a row, his opponents no longer had any intention of retreating. All tactics and techniques were thrown to the back of their mind. Their blood was boiling, their fighting spirit was boundless, and their eyes were bloodshot from the roar. Even the enemy team's mage rushed up to fight Wu Haoyang one-on-one. Wu Haoyang was like a tiger in a flock of sheep as he brandished his saber vigorously. 3 members were injured, and 1 was sent flying out of the boundary. The battle was over in 37 seconds. After experiencing 3 devastating games in a row, the audience in the Red Sun Stadium was dumbfounded. They all bought tickets to come in, thinking that they would enjoy a sumptuous feast. But it wasn't that the match wasn't exciting, it just felt like it was a little too fast. Finally, a more normal competition began. The second team from Jiangbin High School, Xing Lang's team, which was ranked 7th, went up to face Jiaqing High School, which was ranked 2nd in the overall rankings. Under Xing Lang's command, they believed that they had a huge advantage. They charged forward recklessly. They typed GG. With a total time of 11 minutes and 12 seconds, Xing Lang's team lost the match bravely. But they played with style and vigor. Their nomination had already created a new record in Jiangbin High School. A total of 120 teams from the entire province participated in the competition, and Jiangbin High School occupied 2 spots in the top 8. Principal Yen would probably be overjoyed if Jiangbin High School was allowed to show off. It was time to open 2 more classes and collect more sponsorship fees from the parents. The 4 members of Xing Lang's team were very satisfied with this result. In fact, it was already a great surprise that they could enter the top 8 and enter the semifinals. Now, all they had to do was wait to receive the reward. The reward for the 4th and 8th place would be the same. They would both receive 4 relatively rare silver quality star beads. Xing Lang was still thinking about treating the school tyrants to a meal, even though Zhang Hui had to pay a bag of ape ghoul badges to get the school tyrants' protection. But that was only for the sake of his classmates. If it was someone else, not to mention providing protection, Zhang Hui would have been kicked out long ago. Half an hour after the intermission, Jiang Zhao's team was invited to the stage again. This battle would be the finals of Group A. If they won, they would be able to compete with the top team of Group B. If they lost, they would have to compete with the second team of Group B. Beijiang TV Station. Beijiang TV Station. You're watching the finals of Group A. I'm the host, Sui Bian, and beside me is our guest, Teacher Wu. Teacher Wu nodded and said, "Greetings, host and audience." Compared to the previous cohort, the students of this cohort are the host. Sui Bian hurriedly interjected. The 2 teams of the competition are from Jiangbin High School and Qiqing High School. The members of Jiangbin High School are all celebrities that everyone is familiar with. There's Han Jiangxue, a rules awakened with 30 star slots, as well as Xia Yan, a melee fighter with 28 star slots, Li Wei, a shield warrior with 25 star slots, and the one with 9. There was an uproar in the Red Sun Stadium. A sigh could be heard in the arena. Both teams had already gotten into position, and the team from Qiqing High School got into a 1-2-1 formation. Zhou Tsang took the lead and was almost standing in the middle of the field. The sigh came from Zhou Tsang. His gaze was a little dazed as he raised his head slightly and stared at the snowflakes in the sky, seemingly in a daze. Zhou Tsang sighed when he heard the host say 9 and his tone was stuck. The team from Jiangbin High School got into a more normal 2-1-1 formation, with Xia Yan and Li Wei at the front, Han Jiangxue in the middle, and Jiang Xiao at the back. Xia Yan, who was standing at the front, was displeased. She heard the sigh clearly and felt that Zhou Tsang was mocking Jiang Xiao. She retorted, "Why? Do you have a problem with 9 star slots?" Zhou Tsang slowly closed his eyes and placed a finger on his lip. "Shu, listen." Xia Yan was dumbfounded. Zhou Tsang raised his head slightly and allowed the snowflakes to fall on his face. He said softly, "It's the sound of snowflakes falling slowly." Xia Yan said. Zhou Tsang smiled and slowly took out a hair tie from his pocket. He raised his head and shook it left and right. He used one hand to tie his shoulder-length hair and the other to tie a ponytail. Xia Yan asked, "Are you sighing because it's snowing?" Zhou Tsang shook his head and sighed. "This uproar has affected my mood while I'm admiring the snow." Clap, clap, clap. Jiang Xiao applauded while exclaiming in his heart, "Pretentious king. No wonder he's the pretentious king. He's our role model." Zhou Tsang was attracted by the applause and looked over. Jiang Xiao looked at Zhou Tsang's melancholic and handsome face and suddenly asked, "Friend, did you do the college entrance examination last year?" Zhou Tsang's unfathomable expression suddenly froze. What did he hear? Jiang Xiao raised his voice and asked, Did you do the reading comprehension questions in the Chinese college entrance examination last year? Zhou Tsang was dumbfounded. Jiang Xiao asked loudly, "Can you tell me why the curtains are blue?" Beep, beep. The referee blew the whistle and raised the flag high. The referee didn't care about the students' chit-chat. Once the flag was lowered, the competition would officially begin. Zhou Tsang's eyes narrowed, and a vine whip star atlas faintly blossomed from his body. A translucent whip slowly condensed in his right hand, which was naturally hanging down. Wisps of mist floated around the whip, which coiled around his feet a few times. Behind him, the two rules awakened put their hands in front of their chests, and there were flames in their hands. They were LV Jingfeng and Qing Lu. Both of them were excellent rules awakened, who were good at output and control. Lin Zi! Zhou Tsang suddenly yelled. At the end of the line, a tall and skinny young man responded and a broomstick star map appeared on his body. Broomstick? Is this guy a witch or Harry Potter? Wait? According to the information, only 7 of Lin Zi's star slots had been lit up. During the competition half an hour ago, he only had 7 star technique. Why did the 8th star technique in his broomstick star map light up? Did he just absorb a star technique? Just as Jiang Xiao was a little surprised, the referee's flag suddenly fell. The competition began. When dealing with such a team, there was no need to focus fire on Zhou Tsang at all. As soon as the competition began, Xia Yan dashed out like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. Jiang Xiao raised his hand and cast a blessing, after which a beam of light immediately landed on Zhou Tsang's body. However, what made people slightly stunned was that Zhou Tsang did not make a sound of comfort, nor did he tremble all over, nor did he fall into a state of confusion. His expression was a little strange, and his movements were indeed a little stiff. However, he still swung the translucent long whip. What's going on? At the back of the team from Qiqing High School, the medical awakened known as Lin Zi had a sullen expression and thought, "Jiang Xiaopi, I've wasted a precious star slot for you." Lin Zi stared at Zhou Tsang and frantically stacked the effects on him. They were all negative effects. Chapter 211. Chief Bonus Update May 10th. What kind of special star technique made Jiang Zhao's blessing ineffective? Silver quality star technique. Weakens the effects of buff. Han Jiangshu watched as Zhou Tsang swung the soul whip in his hand. She opened her right palm and raised her index and middle fingers slightly, after which a gust of barren wind swept out from beneath Zhou Tsang's feet. Jing Feng! Zhou Tsang couldn't help but yell as he lost his balance while wielding the whip. Behind him, the rules awakened on the left humphed coldly and smacked his right hand downward. Everyone in the stadium immediately exclaimed in surprise, only to see that Zhou Tsang's body had just been swept up into the air when he seemed to have been pressed down by an invisible hand. The scene of him going up into the sky and going down into the ground was really exciting. Huh! Han Jiangshu frowned slightly and raised her finger again, after which another gust of barren wind swept out. LV Jingfeng's expression did not change, and a maple leaf star map suddenly appeared on his body. He pressed his hands down again and pressed Zhou Tsang down again. Beside him, Qing Lu clenched his fists tightly and vines emerged from the artificial turf before quickly wrapping around Han Jiangshu's ankles. At the same time, Zhou Tsang finally swung his soul whip. Like a ferocious viper, it opened its sharp fangs and bit Xia Yan who was coming towards it. Xia Yan galloped like a wild horse. She was agile, but when faced with the soul whip, her body tilted abruptly. The translucent whip that was emitting a thin layer of smoke brushed past Xia Yan's chest. To everyone's surprise, Xia Yan made a mistake. Xia Yan was affected by the soul whip. It was unknown if Xia Yan didn't have a good grasp of the distance or if she wasn't familiar enough with her own body. If it were Han Jiangshu, the whip might not have been able to hit her. However, it was Xia Yan's chest. In short, the soul whip flew past Xia Yan's chest and clearly rubbed against her. However, the translucent whip did not seem to have a physical body, and it did not affect Xia Yan's direction at the moment of contact. The truly terrifying effect followed. Xia Yan's menacing gaze disappeared without a trace, and in just a second, her face turned pale and her eyes were filled with panic. She slowed down and staggered. Xia Yan, dodge! Astonished, Han Jiangshu watched as Qing Lu threw a bursting flames towards Xia Yan, who was staggering in her footsteps. The muddle-headed Xia Yan shivered like a frightened bunny who was extremely sensitive to everything around her. At this moment, a ray of light descended from the sky. Okay. Xia Yan stopped stumbling and her body trembled slightly. However, it was no longer a tremble of fear, but a shiver of comfort. How scary is the blessing! Not only can it increase vitality, but it can also be used as a control technique. In fact, it can even be used as a dispel, or purify. When he first entered the arsenal, he used a blessing on Han Jiangxue, who was affected by the star technique zombie spirit, to get rid of the illness immediately. The divine technique of Beijiang was indeed worthy of its reputation. Due to the fact that Xia Yan had stopped in her tracks, the bursting flames ball that was flying towards her did not hit her directly. However, the bursting flames ball exploded next to her. Xia Yan's figure was immediately engulfed by the bursting flames, and she was blasted away. It was impossible to stop at all on the battlefield. The soul whip in Zhou Tsang's hand seemed to be able to extend infinitely. The whip that was more than 10 meters under his feet was actually more than 40 meters long when he actually flung it out. Zhou Tsang swept the whip horizontally. Yes, the whip swept horizontally while sticking to the ground. Han Jiangshue's ankles had already been bound tightly by Qing Lu's vines. Li Wei took a huge step forward and leaped over the soul whip that was sweeping towards him. He then rushed towards Zhou Tsang with his hammer in hand. Jiang Shao leaped gracefully and similarly dodged the soul whip that was sweeping towards him. At the same time, he thought to himself, "How can I break this situation?" At the next moment, everyone in the stadium exclaimed in surprise. Han Jiangshu waved her right hand and layers of overlapping space appeared beside her. When the soul whip was half a meter away from her ankle, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. With the Sky Smasher beside Han Jiangshu as the node, Zhou Tsang's soul whip was actually cut off. Half of the whip was still in his hand, but the other half rolled onto the artificial turf and disappeared without a trace. It's Sky Smasher. It's a storage bag. It's clearly a shield. No, it's simply a dimensional cutting blade. The corners of Zhou Tsang's lips curled up slightly and his eyes glistened, seemingly more satisfied with the battle. Ring ring ring, the crisp and melodious sound of bell attracted Zhou Tsang's attention. He condensed the whip again and turned around to look, only to see that the leaping medical light had landed on Xia Yan's body. Xia Yan quickly got up with a dejected expression. Just as she was about to take a step forward, she suddenly felt something tighten under her feet, and several vines quickly wrapped around her ankles. Xia Yan suddenly raised her giant sword and threw out a sharp flame arc in a bid to restrain Qing Lu. At the same time, the light of blessing landed on Qing Lu's head. To Jiang Zhao's dismay, Qing Lu did not react much to the silver quality blessing either. He quickly snapped back to his senses and dodged the ferocious flame arc. To the astonishment of the team from First High School, they felt that their bodies seemed to have been blessed with a special imprint. Is it bad luck? The enemy medical awakened, Lin Zi, had already begun to attack the four of them. The effect of bad luck was to eliminate the effects of the buff. The soul whip would bring negative effects to people, so of course it would not be weakened. However, Jiang Zhao's blessing would be weakened. This time, after the four of them were affected by the soul whip, Jiang Zhao's blessing would probably not be able to purify and remove the buff. Damn it. Should the numbness in my scalp and the trembling of my limbs really be considered a positive effect? I'm clearly unable to walk because of the blessing. That should be considered a negative effect because it's comfortable. Hence, it should be considered a positive effect. Wu Haoyang stood at the side of the field, watched the battle, and said, "They've been restrained. Qiqing High School is really sinister. The medical awakened has always had 7-star technique. They should have just absorbed the 8th-star technique for this competition." The round-faced Qian Zhuang nodded and said, "It's over, it's over, it's over." Unluming snapped her fingers and said, "It's over." Qian Zhuang hesitated for a long time before saying, "It's over." Wu Haoyang stared at Zhou Tsang, who was killing everyone on the field. He then turned around and walked towards the players' tunnel. "Seems like the finals will be against Qiqing High School." An Yu exclaimed, "Wow!" An Luming exclaimed, "Oh my God!" And Yu said, "Little Icicle is going crazy." An Luming exclaimed, "Hey! Little toxic healer, you can just take a cup and pour it into my mouth. Don't carry a bucket and pour it into my mouth." Wu Haoyang turned around abruptly, only to see a series of pillars of light falling from the sky. In the distance, at the back of the team from Jiangbin High School, Jiang Shao raised his hands and never put them down again. If it weren't for his clenched fists, others would have thought that Jiang Shao was surrendering. Lin Zi, who had specially absorbed a star technique for this competition, enjoyed the treatment of the ape ghoul king this time. The rays of light of blessing fell on Lin Zi's head one after another. In the beginning, Lin Zi could still resist it with the help of the bad luck star technique. However, the bad luck star technique only weakened the effects of the buffs, not shielded them. In other words, Jiang Zhao's toxic healer was still effective. Many a little makes a mickle. The accumulation of quantity would eventually lead to a qualitative change. There was nothing that a toxic healer couldn't solve. If there was, as the blessings landed, Lin Zi discovered that his body was gradually heating up, and he felt warm all over. A wonderful feeling of physical and mental comfort followed. "Oh my God! How is this possible? How can it be so comfortable? Should I give myself a piece of bad luck? However, I'm really comfortable. My head feels a little dizzy. What should I do? Why am I thinking so much?" As the effects of bad luck gradually dissipated, Lin Zi's eyes gradually became blurry. Lin Zi's smile gradually became perverted. Lin Zi had finally learned the true meaning of life from these mouthfuls of poisonous milk. Zhou Tsang's face was filled with astonishment. Looking at the befuddled Lin Zi, he couldn't help but roar, "Lin Zi! Wake up! Lin Zi!" Chapter 212. There was an old proverb in China that said, "Blessing feels good for a while, but it will always feel good." The situation that seemed to be disadvantageous to Jiangbin High School was actually completely broken by the medical awakened. The opposing medical awakened was in a daze after being healed by Jiang Shao, and they couldn't control themselves at all. The rules awakened of the opposing team were extremely anxious. LV Jingfeng extended his hand. Phew! Before LV Jingfeng's barren wind was formed, his entire body was blown away. Han Jiangshua's barren wind was even swifter and more ferocious than LV Jingfeng's. Qing Lu, who was the rules awakened, subconsciously retreated to the side, only to see a flame whip sweeping towards him. What does that mean? Has Han Jiangshua been angered by the soul whip? Is she going to fight Zhou Tsang? Han Jiangshua held a golden flame torch whip in her right hand and lashed it at Zhou Tsang forcefully. She then flattened her hand and barren wind swept across, blowing LV Jingfeng away. The golden flame torch whip seemed to be able to extend infinitely, and its range was large enough to affect the opponent's soccer field. LV Jingfeng's body continuously flipped and his head spun. After a long while, he finally found his bearings and used his Wind Series star technique to stabilize his body. Qing Lu finally understood that Han Jiangshua was determined to use the flame torch whip to whip him regardless of the fact that her legs were tied up by the vines. Qing Lu thought to himself, "It seems that the genius of Beijiang province is in a daze. This is an opportunity." He pondered to himself and reckoned that Han Jiangxue had probably used that star technique because she had always been suppressing others and had never suffered the kind of grievance that she did just now. Qing Lu quickly condensed the bursting flames ball in his hand and pushed it towards Han Jiangxue. Wait, something's not right. Is that flame torch whip really aimed at Zhou Tsang? The target of the flame torch whip doesn't seem to be me. Before the flame snake bit Zhou Tsang, it actually tied up Li Wei halfway? Li Wei stopped abruptly and felt a pain in his waist. Feeling alarmed, he hurriedly activated burning flames. Li Wei tried to cover his entire body with flames, but he could only minimize the damage caused by the flames. He could not be completely immune to them and had no choice but to endure the heat of Han Jiangxue's flame torch whip. In the next moment, Li Wei felt like he was riding on a cloud and his body was flung high into the sky by the flame torch whip before being smashed down again. That position belonged to the medical awakened at the very back of the enemy team, Lindsay. Han Jiangxue pushed her left hand forward gently, causing Zhou Tsang, who was about to flare up, to tilt his body and swing the soul whip in his hand in the wrong direction. Not only that, but his body also seemed to have been propelled out of the arena by Han Jiangxue. Just as LV Jingfeng's figure landed on the ground, his expression drastically changed. He couldn't care less anymore. His hands fiercely pulled back, and another gust of wind swept out. He absolutely couldn't let Zhou Tsang be blown out of the arena. A holy radiance fell down and accurately shrouded Lu Jingfeng's head. This time, since bad luck was no longer effective, LV Jingfeng felt the true taste of a blessing. Although LV Jingfeng knew that he shouldn't have such thoughts, he still couldn't help but roar in his heart. Horses. Awesome. Got it. Look at Jiang Xiaopi. Look at the medical awakened. That's what a true blessing is. LV Jingfeng, who had been blessed, could not pull Zhou Tsang back. In fact, he even froze in place with a dull expression, maintaining the posture of a hauler. His initial advantage was gone, and after the toxic healer broke through the enemy's blockade, everything seemed to have been set in stone. LV Jingfeng had been suppressed by Han Jiangxue, who was multitasking, to the point of suffocation. Be it the timing of the use of star techniques or the ability to read the battle situation. Be it the speed of the release of star techniques or the power of the star techniques, LV Jingfeng was completely defeated. When LV Jingfeng finally snapped back to his senses and attempted to salvage the situation, Jiang Xiaopi had already taken the initiative and was ready to cast the toxic healer on LV Jingfeng's head. Qing Lu, who was retreating quickly, was indignant. He tried his best to condense the bursting flames ball and hurled it into the sky. Li Wei, who had been tied up by the flame torch whip, was in the sky. Bang! The bursting flames was stopped by a fiery red flame arc in midair. Xia Yan darted towards LV Jingfeng, who was still in a daze. Halfway through, she threw a flame arc at the bursting flames ball. The bursting flames ball collided with the flame arc, and the sounds of explosions filled the stadium. However, it was just a small fight. Faced with the muddle-headed Lin Zi, Li Wei, who had descended from the sky, finally caused an uproar. Silver quality star technique, scorch. The heat waves surged and flames overflowed. Li Wei landed heavily, and the ground seemed to be trembling. Han Jiangxue let go of the flame torch whip and lowered her right hand, after which layers of sky smasher appeared in front of her. The bursting flames ball that Qing Lu launched floated across half of the field and finally arrived in front of Han Jiangxue. However, it disappeared in Sky Smasher. That scene completely ruined the possibility of turning the tables. Han Jiangxue stood in the same spot from the beginning to the end, allowing the fine and flexible vines to bind her legs tightly. However, she did not panic or try to escape from the vines. In fact, Han Jiangxue was even a little grateful for the vines that were binding her feet. The vines that restricted her movements were the very reason why she wasn't afraid of being blown away by LV Jingfeng's Baron Star technique. The two armies were facing off against each other. Han Jiangxue and Zhou Tsang stared at each other from afar while controlling Baron Wind with her left hand to blow Zhou Tsang out of the realm. Li Wei, who was in the sky, landed heavily beside Lin Zi while stepping on Scorch. Xia Yan, who was sprinting at high speed, also stuck her burning wooden sword on LV Jingfeng's body at this moment. Beep, beep, beep. A series of whistles sounded. LV Jingfeng and Lin Zi have lost their ability to fight. Before the referee finished speaking, he heard a roar. Come back! Qing Lu half knelt on the ground and pressed his hands against the ground. Two vines emerged from the ground and darted towards Zhou Tsang, who was about to fly out of the boundary. Zhou Tsang, who was in mid-air, looked indignant and swung his translucent whip. Before he had a chance to flare up, another pillar of holy light landed on his head. Zhou Tsang muttered. Han Jiangxue extended her right hand and the Baron Wind blew, sending Qing Lu, who was half kneeling on the ground, flying. She then condensed a golden pillar of fire in her right hand. It was thick, large, and abnormally ferocious. The golden flame torch pillar was like a ferocious dragon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It roared and darted out of Han Jiangxue's hand, biting and pouncing towards the middle of the vine whips, breaking them in half and burning them to ashes. Qing Lu's vine whip had indeed tied Zhou Tsang's legs, but he couldn't pull him back because the vine whip had already been burned into two. Beep! The referee's whistle sounded again. Zhou Tsang is out of bounds and disqualified from the competition. Zhou Tsang landed gently on the ground, and the long whip in his hand disappeared without a trace. He raised his head and stared at the gloomy sky before sighing softly. Qing Lu, the only student from Qiqing High School left, was obviously powerless. Although he had yet to admit defeat, it seemed to be a foregone conclusion. You actually lost? A loud and penetrating voice drifted from the side of the field and entered everyone's ears. You actually turned the tables around despite having such a huge advantage. Zhou Tsang turned his head and heard Wu Haoyang's surprised tone. He also saw Wu Haoyang's regretful expression. Fool! Zhou Tsang raised his head and humphed coldly. I just wanted to admire the snow quickly. Zhou Tsang was wearing a mini microphone. When he said that, everyone was stunned. The most frightening thing was that the air suddenly became quiet. Zhou Tsang reached behind him and pulled down the hairband on his ponytail. He then shook his black hair and looked extremely suave. It wasn't a big problem for the bass to explode. Zhou Tsang placed his hands behind his back and walked out leisurely while humming a tune. I slowly listen to the sound of the snow falling and close my eyes to imagine that it won't stop. The referee said, Zhou Tsang, you're walking in the opposite direction. Please leave here. Zhou Tsang was speechless. Chapter 213. At night, in the hotel where the students were staying. Just like the previous time, Jiang Shao and Li Wei gathered in Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan's room to watch the video of the competition. During the day, Jiang Shao and the others had already watched the battle for the first place in Group B, which was between Xindon Creek High School No. 11 and Jiaqing High School. In the end, Xindon Creek High School No. 11 won and both parties fought well. It was indeed a feast for the eyes. There was no doubt that Wu Haoyang was powerful. What surprised Jiang Shao was that Qian Zhuang, who stuttered, was really capable. That kid's round face was really deceiving. As a mage, his control and damage output should be among the best in this year's batch of students. At this moment, everyone was carefully observing Qian Zhuang's combat characteristics based on the list of star techniques sent by the school. Han Jiangxue pressed the pause button. In the video, Qian Zhuang condensed an ice shield in his hand and blocked the melee attack of Jiaqing High School. Frozen Heart has a huge impact on the melee fighters of Jiaqing High School, Han Jiangxue said. Xia Yan and Li Wei both nodded, for they were no strangers to that star technique. Frozen Heart was considered a passive skill, but it had to be activated actively. After it was activated, it would continuously consume star power. During this stage, when the user was attacked by the enemy, there would be a slight chance that the opponent's body would be frozen. Back then, when Xia Yan and Li Wei focused their fire on Zhang Weiliang, the shield warrior of Jiangbin High School No. 3, their faces were particularly sullen. At that time, a thin layer of frost rose on their bodies. Although it wasn't to the extent that they couldn't move, the slightest impact on the ever-changing battlefield was likely to change the entire situation. At that time, Zhang Weiliang couldn't cause much trouble because Zhang Weiliang was the only rules awakened in the team. However, judging from the stance of Xindan Creek High School No. 11, Qian Zhuang, who was the only rules awakened in the team, didn't seem to be the target. The star technique Frozen Heart was indeed difficult to deal with. Besides, Qian Zhuang was a rules awakened and he actually had a star technique like Ice Shield. It might have something to do with Qian Zhuang's star map. Qian Zhuang's star map was an unusually beautiful picture of a snowflake. He had 24 star slots and was definitely a genius. Those who can enter the finals are not simple characters. Li Wei sighed softly and continued, "These star techniques are all rare dimensional spaces that are not open to the public. The Frozen Heart and the Ice Shield came from the unique dimensional space of Zhongji Province. The Ice Cave, a creature called the Frozen Walker. The Frozen Walker also had the star technique Ice Spear, which could be used for both melee and long-range attacks. Zhang Weiliang had once used Ice Spear to throw at Jiang Shao, but Qian Zhuang did not have such a star technique. In addition to the Frozen Walker, there were two other creatures in the Ice Cave, Ice Demons and Ice Souls. As mentioned previously, Ice Soul had 3 star techniques: Ice Bomb Brass quality, Ice Mist Armor Silver quality, and Ice Roar Gold quality. The Ice Demon had 3 star techniques: Ice Spike Silver quality, Snowstorm Silver quality, and Heart of Ice Silver quality. Jiang Shao had seen the star techniques of the Ice Demon before. Back when he was attacked by the Mercenary Corps in the snowfield, Jiang Shao saw 3 of the star techniques of the Ice Demon in the list of Smelly Mud. Qian Zhuang had Ice Spike and Snowstorm. When Jiang Shao learned about Qian Zhuang's star map and star techniques, he felt thankful that he did not fight with them in the snowfield. Qian Zhuang was already so aggressive in the football field. If they were in the snowfield, Jiang Shao would probably be pricked by the ice spikes. "What do you say?" Xia Yan asked while looking at everyone. "Should we focus our fire on this round-faced guy or focus our fire on the support?" Han Jiangxue frowned slightly and said softly, "The support of this team is not easy to fight. The twins have strong defensive abilities." Xia Yan rubbed her short hair in frustration and said, "The 2 nurses are too persistent. If we don't beat them back, we won't be able to win this battle." With a sullen expression, Li Wei said in a deep voice, "Wu Haoyang, Qian Zhuang, and the Insisters are not good breakthroughs." Xia Yan turned to look at Jiang Shao, who remained silent. "Xiaopi, how do you think we should fight?" Jiang Shao held on to the information sheet and looked at an Yuyu's and unlooming star techniques, as if he had seen what a real healer should look like. Xia Yan leaned over and said, feeling a little upset, "I'm afraid your blessing is going to be weakened this time." Jiang Shao asked, "Huh?" Xia Yan stretched out her long and slender index finger and clicked on a star technique on Unlooming's star technique list. Purification Scepter. Dispel the negative state of the target within a certain range. Jiang Shao smiled and hooked his finger at Xia Yan. "Huh?" Xia Yan leaned forward and leaned her head over curiously. Jiang Shao placed his hands on Xia Yan's head and shook it left and right. "Did you hear that?" Xia Yan felt a little dizzy and asked impatiently, "What?" Jiang Shao said, "The sound of water." Xia Yan was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao smiled and said, "My blessing is not a negative state. It's different from all other control-type star technique. I'm healing others. You guys feel dizzy because it's comfortable, not because of nausea and vomiting. Xia Yan blinked and nodded, seemingly deep in thought. A few seconds later, Xia Yan suddenly pressed her hand against Jiang Zhao's head and shook it left and right forcefully. She questioned fiercely, "Did you just say that I'm stupid?" Li Wei ignored the two elementary school students and said, "The star techniques of these two girls are really ridiculously powerful. With them around, Wu Haoyang is basically invincible. Besides, we don't seem to have the ability to kill Wu Haoyang in one blow." Han Jiangshue's Sky Smasher. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door suddenly made everyone fall silent. Li Wei got up and walked towards the door. Through the peephole, he saw a familiar figure. "Teacher Hai," Li Wei said with a hint of surprise in his tone when he opened the door. "I heard that you guys did well in the competition, so I came to see you." Hai Tianqing walked in smilingly and happened to see Xia Yan pressing Jiang Zhao's head against the table. The corners of Hai Tianqing's mouth twitched awkwardly. "Hai Tianqing, what are you doing here?" Xia Yan asked as she let go of Jiang Zhao and looked at him curiously. "Didn't I already explain?" Hai Tianqing shrugged and said, "I heard that you guys are going against Xindan Creek High School number 11 in the next round. How is it? Are you confident?" Xia Yan was speechless. Hai Tianqing raised his eyebrows and looked at Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue simply looked at the information sheet of the enemy members silently and ignored Hai Tianqing. Hai Tianqing adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said, "Let's go, I'll treat you guys to a good meal." Xia Yan was speechless. Han Jiangxue said, "I'm not going." Li Wei said apologetically, "Teacher, we're going to compete tomorrow. It's better for us to study the other team." Hai Tianqing smiled and said, "I'm just here to give you some pointers. Let's go." Hai Tianqing then opened the door and gestured for them to leave. Everyone looked at each other and Han Jiangxue finally looked up at Hai Tianqing. She asked coldly, "Really?" Hai Tianqing's face turned sullen and he said, "I'm your teacher." "Okay." Han Jiangxue finally stood up. Since the commander agreed, the rest of the team followed her out of the room. To everyone's surprise, they heard a crisp sound as soon as they opened the door of the hotel. But the crisp sound made everyone freeze in shock. Under the pitch-black night sky, under the dim yellow street lights, in this cold winter, not far from the entrance of the hotel, there were two figures, a man and a woman, standing by the side of the street. When they heard the crisp sound, they looked over, only to be even more astonished. The boy who had been slapped and was covering his face turned out to be Gao Junwei? Gao Junwei's body was trembling slightly, but it was unknown if he was trembling out of fear or anger. He covered his red and swollen face with one hand and hung his head low while gritting his teeth without making a sound. Standing in front of him was the figure of a woman. Due to the angle, people could only see her silhouette. She was shorter than Gao Junwei by half a head and had a voluptuous figure. She had short black hair. Jiang Zhao only saw half of her face, but it was enough for him to see what it meant to be cold and domineering. The woman clearly sensed that someone had come out of the hotel. Perhaps because she wanted to protect Gao Junwei's pride, she lowered her hand and didn't slap him again. Gao Junwei also hung his head low with traces of blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. He could tell that the woman had slapped him hard. "Xiaopi, keep up," Han Jiangxue said all of a sudden. It turned out that Jiang Zhao was a little distracted by Gao Junwei's condition. His teammates had already taken a few steps forward, so Han Jiangxue called out to him. Gao Junwei clearly recognized Han Jiangshue's voice and subconsciously shuddered. Gao Junwei didn't know if it was because he had a mental illness, but judging from the current situation, he had really been traumatized by Han Jiangxue. Gao Junwei's reaction was seen by the woman in front of him, and she immediately flew into a rage. She raised her hand and slapped him again. Smack! "Look at how cowardly you are!" The more she spoke, the more infuriated she became. She kicked Gao Junwei's thigh and made him fall to the ground. Are you afraid because you heard my voice? You good for nothing. You're a disgrace to me. Gao Junwei scrambled to his feet. Compared to his usual arrogance, he was really like a weak and obedient child at this moment. The woman turned around and looked at the team from Jiangbin High School with a menacing gaze. To be exact, she was looking at Han Jiangxue. Her eyes were as sharp as knives as she stared intently at Han Jiangxue's figure. Han Jiangxue froze in her tracks and felt a cold, murderous intent that made her feel like she had fallen into an ice cave. Jiang Shao suddenly reached out and grabbed Han Jiangxue's hand. What do you want to eat? Skewers or hot pot? Han Jiangxue pursed her lips and held Jiang Zhao's hand tightly. Feeling the rare warmth, she said softly, I'll listen to you. Chapter 214. Alliance Masters Updates June 10th. Beijing TV Station, Beijing TV Station. You are now watching the finals of the 2016 Beijing Provincial High School League. I'm the host, Sui Bian, and sitting beside me is our special guest, Jian Shankai. Hello, Teacher Jian. The host looked at the new special guest beside him. Jian Shankai put on a professional smile and exclaimed, the students this cohort are really impressive. Jiang Shao once again opened his internal star map and fixed his gaze on the Xia family swordsmanship. At this moment, the Xia family swordsmanship was silver quality level 8, and Jiang Shao had obtained some skill points after this stage of the competition. 5 points for the first place in the preliminary round, 5 points for the top 8 in the semifinals, and 5 points for the top 4. Together with the 15 skill points that Jiang Shao used to have, he now had 30 skill points. The provincial league was different from the competition in his high school. During the military training in school, each victory would only give him 1 skill point, but here, each victory would give him 5 skill points. Those skill points were enough to upgrade the Xia family swordsmanship to gold quality. Jiang Shao touched his back and gripped the handle of the sword on his shoulder tightly. According to the plan that Hai Tianqing gave him last night, Jiang Shao would have to play the role of a melee fighter in this battle. All of a sudden, a hand reached over and covered Jiang Zhao's hand, which was holding onto the wooden handle. Why? Are you nervous about fighting Wu Haoyang? While speaking, she squeezed Jiang Zhao's hand gently. Jiang Shao turned around to see Xia Yan teasing him. Xia Yan smiled and comforted him. What are you afraid of? Even if the sky collapses, there'll always be someone taller than me. Speaking of which, you've grown really fast. Jiang Shao looked at the carefree husky with envy. Apart from everything else, her mentality was really good. Jiang Shao wondered, since she has such a good mentality, should I provoke her more? I'll let her see how exquisite the Xia family swordsmanship can be. Judging from her reaction in the train compartment that night, he could tell that she did have some reservations about Jiang Zhao's attainments in swordsmanship. However, she adjusted her mentality well and admitted that she had surpassed him. However, she would never realize that if Jiang Shao were to use another 20 skill points at this moment, he would be able to beat her to a pulp with his swordsmanship. There was no doubt that a gold-grade sword technique would be 100 times stronger and more exquisite than a silver-grade sword technique. It's time for the two of you. Han Jiangshua's voice sounded and the two of them snapped back to their senses. They took a deep breath and followed the team out of the tunnel. The sky was still hazy, and the stadium was still lively. Apparently, Chicheng No. 1 High School had warmed up the place quite well. Just now, Chicheng No. 1 High School and Jiacheng No. 1 High School had fought for the third place on this field. In the end, the Act Tough King had won by a notch. Humming a little tune, he left the field in satisfaction. According to the reward rules given by the officials, the runner-up would be rewarded with 1 gold quality star bead and 3 silver quality star bead. The runner-up would receive 2 gold quality star beads and 2 silver quality star beads as rewards. For the champion, each of the 4 contestants would receive a gold quality star bead. Be it gold quality or silver quality, the star beads that were rewarded for the competition would all be rare star beads that could not be bought in the market. As soon as he heard that they were rare, Jiang Zhao's interest was reduced by half. After all, he liked large quantities. Of course, if it was a spatial star bead, Jiang Zhao would not hesitate to absorb it. Jiang Zhao, who was daydreaming, walked into the football field step by step. On the opposite side, the team members of Shindon Creek High School No. 11 also walked up. The opposing team got into a 1-2-1 formation, with Wu Haoyang taking the lead and standing in front of the team. He pointed his long sword at the team from Jiangbin High School and hollered, "The famous Han Jiangxue, 30 star slots, a genius. Unfortunately, you're not a melee fighter, so it's less fun." "Hey kid." Xia Yan suddenly pulled out the huge sword from behind her and pointed it at Wu Haoyang with one hand. She hollered, "Find your target." Wu Haoyang froze for a moment, and immediately afterwards, his eyes lit up and he stared at Xia Yan with a glint in his eyes. No one would think that Wu Haoyang had any improper thoughts about Xia Yan. Even a fool could tell that Wu Haoyang was full of fighting spirit. "Xia Yan, 28 star slots," Wu Haoyang said while gripping his sword tightly. "I hope you can last 2 rounds against me." Xia Yan licked her lips and said in a sexy and wild voice, "The last person who was as arrogant as you was sent to the hospital by me." Shindon Creek High School No. 11 was in a 1-2-1 formation, and behind Wu Haoyang were 2 girls with bun hair. Unlooming said, "Oh, poor little icicle. He only has 9 star slots," and was ignored by Haoyang. And Yu smiled and said, "It's good that he was ignored. A doctor insisted on getting a knife for himself. If Haoyang really goes to fight him, little icicle will be beaten black and blue." Down, down, down. At the end of the line, Qian Zhuang stretched out his palm and raised his round face slightly to look at the snowflakes that were falling from the sky. The light snow just now turned into heavy snow in the blink of an eye. Besides, there was no strong wind today and the snow was falling slowly like goose feathers. The snow was really beautiful. The team from Jiangbin High School was in a 2-1-1 formation. Li Wei and Xia Yan stood side by side at the front, while Jiang Xiao stood in the middle and Han Jiangxue stood at the back. The small adjustment in their positions showed the change in the tactics of the team from Jiangbin High School. Jiang Xiao tilted his head and looked into the distance to look at Qian Zhuang, who was looking up at the snow. He suddenly felt that Qian Zhuang might have been possessed by the king of acting tough. "What's this?" Looking up, raising his eyes, and spreading his palms, Jiang Xiao was afraid that he would say something pretentious again. Of course, it was rather difficult for Qian Zhuang to say a complete sentence. "Down, down, down, down." Qian Zhuang finally managed to speak. The referee seemed to be a little obsessive-compulsive. Since Qian Zhuang couldn't finish speaking, he kept staring at Qian Zhuang without blowing the whistle. As soon as Qian Zhuang finished speaking, the referee clenched his fists and exclaimed, "You've succeeded! You've finally succeeded!" Seeing that the bank was about to speak again, the referee hurriedly blew the whistle. Beep, beep, beep. The 2 teams were ready to fight. Whoosh! Unlike the previous few competitions, the students lit up their star slots when the whistle sounded in this crucial final. "Wow! Oh my God, I used to see the gods on television. I've finally seen them with my own eyes today. There are so many star slots. These star maps are so beautiful." A series of exclamations filled the stadium. Jiang Xiao had been in the team for a long time and felt that it was normal to have 20 to 30 star slot. However, in fact, geniuses like Han Jiangxue were really rare. Han Jiangxue's White Flame star map had 30 star slots, which was astonishing. On the opposite side, Qian Zhuang's snowflake star map was also abnormally exquisite and had a total of 24 star slots that were flickering. What was even more pleasing to the eyes was that in Yu and in Luming, the two girls with bun hair, each had a deer star map on them. Unlike second last's blurry animal star map, the two girls' star maps were relatively more exquisite, mainly because the antlers were clearer. So, what does deer have to do with medical awakened? Why does a deer have the potential to be a medical awakened? Wu Haoyang's Green Dragon Crescent Moon Sword Star Map and Xia Yan's Double-Handed Sword Star Map were confronting each other, each more domineering than the other. Long Sword versus Giant Sword. 25 star slots vs 28 star slot. The majestic Wu Haoyang and the heroic Xia Yan were all tensed up and ready to fight. Their eyes were locked on each other. A tit-for-tat such a scene, just looking at it was enough to make one's blood boil. Li Wei and Jiang Shao were the only ones who hadn't lit up their star map. Li Wei was calm and composed. He didn't like fancy things and thought that practicality was the most important. As a shield warrior, there was no need for him to light up his star map at this stage. Jiang Shao couldn't, but he didn't have the face to. The referee raised the flag high and slammed it down abruptly. The competition began. Whoosh! At the instant that the referee's flag fell, several vines emerged from the feet of the 4 members of Shindon Creek High School No. 11 and tied their ankles tightly. Wu Haoyang was the most dangerous one. Just now, Han Jiangxue raised her right hand and Wu Haoyang flew up. When he was about 10 centimeters above the ground, the vines that emerged from his feet dragged his body back. Wu Haoyang did not idle around either. The speed at which he used his star techniques was not slower than Han Jiangxue's. He swung his sword at the start of the battle and a gust of wind swept out. Together with the heavy snowflakes, the wind and snow intertwined. The two of them attacked almost at the same time. Han Jiangxue was considered a point control, while Wu Haoyang was a group control. The wind was indeed a little too strong. Although it did not blow the students of Jiangbin High School into a mess, it did make the students of Jiangbin High School raise their hands to cover their eyes. In the beginning, Li Wei just thought that it was Wu Haoyang's Wind Series star technique that would stop after a few seconds. But he had miscalculated. It turned out that Jiangbin High School had miscalculated. Ever since the wind started blowing, it never stopped. At the rear of the Shindon Creek High School No. 11 team, Qian Zhuang took over the field control. With the time and output environment that Wu Haoyang had created for him, Qian Zhuang clenched his right fist and raised it high. Silver quality star technique, snowstorm. Snowstorm. Condense star power and combine it with natural snow to create a huge snowstorm in a specific area. The heavy snowflakes drifting quietly in the sky seemed to have a target as they gathered towards the stadium. Slowly, the entire football field was filled with a blizzard. The snowflakes that were originally as soft as goose feathers became as sharp as small blades, cutting into the faces of the students. Strong wind? It was all right, it couldn't blow the students from Jiangbin High School away. At most, it would affect their movement. However, the snowstorm was getting bigger and bigger, and it had already seriously affected the students' vision. In the snowstorm that had extremely low visibility, Wu Haoyang smirked and closed his eyes while holding onto his crescent sword. He then walked forward step by step. Please remember the domain name of this book. Apex. Chapter 215. Su Ro's livestream was already filled with bewilderment. What happened? There's a snowstorm in the stadium, but why is there only the stadium? Why is there nothing wrong with the stands? What's going on? Where's your horse? Yes, silly streamer, what's going on? I spent my time watching the competition, but you're telling me to watch the snow? If you want to watch, get lost if you don't. Goddess Shui and the others have obviously been tricked. Shindon Creek High School No. 11 pretended to be fighting to the death and went all out. They even lit up their star maps, but the rules awakened came with a snowstorm. You can't say that. The few people from Shindon Creek High School have to light up their star map. For example, Wu Haoyang has to do his best to cast his star map quickly. If he doesn't light up his star map, he won't be able to get the upper hand at all. Even if he does, he feels like he's still a little slower than Han Jiangxue. No, that's your illusion. Wu Haoyang and Goddess Shui cast their star techniques at the same time. Su Ro looked at the computer screen with a worried expression. Judging from the situation, Shindon Creek High School No. 11 is clearly prepared and has already formulated a battle plan. I believe Shindon Creek High School has a battle plan too, but it seems that we've gone bankrupt. Far away in Red Sun Stadium in Zhongqing County, the audience in the stands was also in an uproar and they were discussing incessantly. The host didn't know what to say either. After all, they couldn't see the situation on the field clearly. Besides, although the football field was the hardest hit by the snowstorm, the stadium was also affected. The strong winds caused the temperature to plummet. Such a scene would probably only happen during the winter in the north. If it were in the south or an indoor competition, Qian Zhuang's ability to control the field would plummet. Of course, it was useless to say that now. There were no ifs in this world. At this moment, Qian Zhuang was able to do all that in the snowy outdoor stadium. The two girls broke free from the vines under their feet, held each other's arms, and retreated step by step. Although the wind was strong and the visibility was low, they could still see the people a few meters away. Relying on their memories, the sisters retreated to Qian Zhuang's side. Unluming's body flickered with a golden light, and an illusory scepter appeared in her small hand, which she then inserted into the ground. Unluming was shivering from the cold. After inserting a scepter into the ground, she could not help but burrow into her sister and Yu Yu's arms. She buried her face in Yu Yu's shoulder like an ostrich. Unfortunately, the twin sisters were exactly the same height, and Yu Yu, who was also 162 centimeters tall, could not provide more warmth and protection to Unluming. Gold quality star technique Gray-White Scepter. Gray-White Scepter. Create a scepter with star power and restore star power within a certain range. The duration of the scepter's effect is determined by the user's star power. His sister, Yu Yu, was not idle either. A deer-shaped star map appeared on her body, and a silver star slot flickered slightly. In the next moment, a black line was thrown out of her hand and connected to Qian Zhuang's body. Silver quality star technique Countercurrent Light. Countercurrent light throws out a continuous beam of light that shares vitality and star power with the connected target. Feeling the light connecting to his body, Qian Zhuang calmed down. Although the star technique was known to share vitality and star power, it was a silver-quality star technique, after all. Hence, it was not as powerful as imagined. For example, let's quantify star power. Let's say that Qian Zhuang and Yu Yu each have 100 points of star power and the two of them are connected by countercurrent light. When Qian Zhuang used his star technique, he consumed 20 points of star power and was left with 80 points of star power. In that case, Yu Yu's 100 points of star power would slowly flow to Qian Zhuang until both of them had 90 points of star power. It was not after the two of them were connected to countercurrent light and when Qian Zhuang used his star technique that both of them reduced their total star power at the same time. Qian Zhuang's star power continued to decrease, and Yu Yu's star power flowed to Qian Zhuang's body to support him. The sharing of vitality and astral power was a process that required time to adjust. Now, Qian Zhuang's star power was constantly decreasing as he maintained blizzard. Ever since Yu Yu connected to his body with countercurrent light, the star power in the girl's body continuously surged towards Qian Zhuang, which made him heave a sigh of relief. The truly powerful star technique was Unluming's Gray-White Scepter. The illusory scepter had been stuck in the ground beside the three of them, continuously restoring their star power. Without a doubt, with the help of the gray-white scepter and countercurrent light, Qian Zhuang's blizzard could last longer. Why did the blizzard last for so long? It was for the sake of buying more time and more opportunities for Wu Haoyang. If they were to fight for real, both Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue would be too domineering. Besides, Han Jiangxue even had her trump card, the Sky Smasher. The star technique that shouldn't have appeared in the nebula stage had indeed disrupted the balance of the competition. Not to mention this kind of competition, Han Jiangxue had also killed several mercenaries in the Galaxy stage with Sky Smasher when they were attacked in the snowfield previously. Previously, people thought that the Sky Smasher was too dangerous and Han Jiangxue wouldn't use it against humans. However, during the previous match, Han Jiangxue directly locked Gao Junwei in the Sky Smasher, which made everyone shudder in fear. Xindon Creek High School No. 11 had realized how powerful Han Jiangxue was, so they came up with such a plan. In the midst of the blizzard, the students found it difficult to breathe and had no choice but to cover their bodies with star power. On one hand, they wanted to keep themselves warm, and on the other hand, they wanted to breathe smoothly. However, the visibility was simply too low. None of the four of them had a way to improve the environment. Jiang Shao wished he could turn into a frog. He wanted to clear the sky and give Qian Zhuang some sun flames in order to return to normal. He still had to deal with Qian Zhuang. The problem was that the four of them could only roughly know each other's positions. After all, they had already stood in formation before the competition, but the four of them couldn't even communicate with each other. "Who is it?" Xia Yin hollered while holding the giant sword in front of her. She looked around warily and said, "Be careful, Li Wei." Li Wei? Xia Yin got a great shock, and only then did she realize that her teammates behind her had disappeared. "Li Wei?" Xia Yin yelled, but she didn't receive any response. In this violent snowstorm, all sounds and figures were drowned out. She couldn't see anyone, hear their footsteps, or hear the sound of weapons being brandished. This was the first time. Xia Yin felt a sense of helplessness. What was even more terrifying was that she had already forgotten her bearings while looking around blankly. Damn it, Wu Haoyang has the star technique perception. Perception, as the name suggested, enhanced the five senses. Besides, Wu Haoyang's star technique perception was not from the brass-quality dog-headed walker under the stars level 1. Instead, it was from the silver-quality ghost tiger under the stars level 3. In this snowstorm, everyone except Wu Haoyang became deaf and blind. "What should I do? What should I do?" Li Wei suddenly disappeared and Xia Yin was at a loss for what to do. The other two members of the team, Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue, met each other on the way. As the blizzard got stronger and stronger, Jiang Shao, who was standing in the middle of the team, subconsciously walked backward. Han Jiangxue, who was at the end of the team, also subconsciously walked forward. When Han Jiangxue covered her mouth and nose, squinted her eyes, and saw the vague figure in front of her, she immediately felt relieved. "What should I do?" Jiang Shao yelled, only to have his mouth filled with snow. The howling wind drowned out his voice and he couldn't help but get closer. He yelled, "Let's go to the enemy's side and catch them while we still remember the direction in front and behind us." Han Jiangxue grabbed Jiang Zhao's arm with her right hand and whispered into his ear, "Hold your sword." Jiang Shao frantically nodded, only to see a golden flame whip slowly emerging from Han Jiangxue's left palm. However, the whip was immediately extinguished by the wind and snow. Han Jiangxue clenched her left fist and increased the amount of star power she released, after which a golden flame torch whip emerged and coiled around her feet stubbornly like its owner. Han Jiangxue swung the whip and flung it out forcefully. From left to right, it seemed like she was going to sweep the entire battlefield. The flame torch whip was so impressive. Jiang Zhao's scalp turned numb. Jiang Shao suddenly felt like he had won the lottery and wondered what Han Jiangxue would be able to catch in the snowstorm. Jiang Shao gripped the giant sword tightly, feeling rather perturbed. Regardless of whether it was a member of his team or an enemy team, Jiang Shao would be able to accept it. However, what if the referee is caught? Will we be kicked out of the arena? What if your whip goes too far and the spectators in the stands are swept back? What if the whip breaks through the snowstorm and rushes out of the screen of the mobile phone and captures the guy who's looking at the mobile phone? Should I stab him or heal him? Chapter 216. Boom. The wooden green dragon crescent blade collided with the pitch-black shield, producing a loud sound. The sounds of the intense battle were drowned out by the wind and snow, which sounded like the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves, making one shudder in fear. Li Wei squinted and tried his best to bear with the wind and snow. On the other hand, Wu Haoyang, who was opposite him, had his eyes completely closed and was brandishing his sword vigorously. Wu Haoyang not only controlled the rhythm of the battle, but he also made full use of his home ground advantage. Li Wei was forced to retreat and tried his best, but he really couldn't resist Wu Haoyang's attack. This damned Wu Haoyang! Every time he slashed, there would be a strong gust of wind that could push Li Wei back several meters. Li Wei knew what Wu Haoyang was planning to do, but he didn't have a good way to resist. Green glow, scorch, flame arc, even bursting flames. Li Wei used everything he had learned in his life, but he couldn't get any effective response in the snowstorm. Wu Haoyang's figure was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing in the snowstorm at a terrifying speed. However, his attacks were too powerful, making Li Wei feel miserable. At this moment, Li Wei would be lucky to be able to defend against Wu Haoyang's attack. Li Wei couldn't even open his eyes. Huff! With a swing of the sword, Li Wei's body was sent flying. Why is Wu Haoyang so powerful this time? Why am I being blown so far away? Why? Li Wei's body slammed heavily onto the bench at the side of the field, and he finally knew why his attack was different from the others. Li Wei waved his hands in frustration because he had been sent flying by the slashes again and again. He had lost the right to compete. Wu Haoyang was rather satisfied with his performance, but at the next moment, he suddenly froze. Huh! Even though he had silver quality perception, he was still a little unsure if his senses were correct in such a harsh environment. Is it the ancestors? In the middle of the field of Jiangbin High School, Han Jiangxue was holding onto the flame torch whip, which was burning stubbornly in the snowstorm. Under her control, she dragged it backward forcefully. Half a minute ago, when Wu Haoyang sent Li Wei flying with his sword, something interesting happened on the other side of the battlefield. Unlooming was curled up beside An Yu, putting on blessing to warm herself up. She was prepared to insert a grayish-white scepter later to restore star power for her teammates. However, she did not expect that she would suddenly feel something tighten around her waist. A flaming whip appeared out of nowhere and was directly tied to her body. To be exact, it was tied to the two sisters. The two girls with bun hair, who were trying to keep warm, suddenly felt the warmth around their waist. Not only that, but their waistbands were almost burnt off. Other than the burning spot on his waist, the rest of his body was ice cold. This was not a good feeling. The two of them tried their best to cut off the whip, but there was nothing they could do. They could only ask Qian Zhuang for help. Unlooming had just opened her mouth to call for help when she felt her body tilt and the two sisters were dragged forward. Qian Zhuang also did not have a star technique of perception. He was also one of the blind and deaf, people who could not see or hear anything more than 3 meters away. Qian Zhuang had already closed his eyes and was focused on casting his star technique. Qian Zhuang really didn't expect that they would be in danger in the base camp, which was covered in snow and wind. He seemed to have heard Unlooming's shouts. Just as he squinted his eyes and tried to look at Unlooming, he realized that the two sisters had already disappeared. Although the two balls had disappeared, the countercurrent light on his body was still there. The dark light was still there. Qian Zhuang hurriedly followed the map. Before he could take 2 steps in the wind and snow, the counter-current light was also broken. Qian Zhuang was dumbfounded. What's going on? This is just a star technique that controls the environment in the area. There's no additional star technique that can summon snow monsters. Where are they? Playing hide-and-seek? That can't be. Although Enluming likes to play, and Yu is more reliable. Besides, in such an extremely harsh environment, even men would feel frightened and panicked, let alone girls. The 2 of them could only stay by his side to boost their courage and keep themselves warm. It's impossible for them to go out. Where did you 2 go? I'm a little scared too. All of a sudden, Qian Zhuang was confused and his shouts were drowned out by the snowstorm. He didn't know if he should continue to release the snowstorm. Qian Zhuang fell into a state of hesitation while Han Jiangxue, who was holding the whip in one hand, felt the struggle and resistance coming from the flame torch whip. In Jiang Zhao's vision, the whip was drowned in the snowstorm a few meters away. Of course, he had no idea what was tied to the end of the whip. Han Jiangxue let go of Jiang Zhao's arm with her right hand and condensed another flame torch whip. This time, she did not sweep it horizontally across the entire place. Instead, she swung it out. Jiang Zhao pulled out the giant sword and placed it in front of him, waiting for the prize to be announced. Please, please. Give me a long-legged beauty. By the way, I don't want Xia Yan. Plop. Han Jiangxue sat down in the snow while the flame torch whip that was straightened in her hand fell onto the ground softly. The whip broke? Damn it, if you don't want to give me a beauty, so be it. Why did you have to cut my little Jiangxue's whip? I want Xia Yan, alright? Halfway through, Wu Haoyang swung his sword and cut off the flame torch whip, saving the 2 sisters by a hair's breadth. The sisters hugged each other and rolled several times in the snow due to inertia. Wu Haoyang hurriedly stepped forward, only to discover that the snowstorm was gradually dissipating. Once the gale stopped and the snowflakes stopped flying around, the visibility naturally increased. As the environment on the football field improved, the scene gradually became clearer. All of a sudden, there was an uproar. Xia Yan got a great shock and stopped in her tracks abruptly. The border is actually a few meters away. She thought that she should be in her own half of the field. How did she end up in the enemy's half? Why isn't Li Wei on the field? Where did he go? Is that Qian Zhuang? Continue. Qian Zhuang. Continue. Wu Haoyang hollered. Qian Zhuang found the sisters and felt relieved. Why did they run to the middle of the field? What happened? Qian Zhuang was confused. After hearing Wu Haoyang's roar, he frantically tried to use Snowstorm again. Qian Zhuang. Han Jiangxue shouted out Qian Zhuang's name and added Barren Wind. Qian Zhuang felt a gust of wind sweeping across and almost sweeping him into the sky. However, his ankles were bound tightly by vines and he didn't give Han Jiangxue any chance at all. Xia Yan, who was in the enemy's half of the field, hurriedly turned around and swung her giant sword at Qian Zhuang. She turned around and dashed towards Qian Zhuang. At this moment, everyone couldn't be bothered with any tactics and could only adapt to the situation. Qian Zhuang didn't intend to take action at all. Clearly, compared to the flame arc, he felt that Barren Wind was more threatening. Hence, his feet were still bound by vines and he was quickly condensing an ice shield in his hand. Huff! Under the holy light, which young man was singing in a low voice? Qian Zhuang hummed and sang the melody. I can't let Snowstorm start again. Jiang Shao raised his right hand high and a series of blessings poured down. Qian Zhuang felt dizzy and his eyes were in a daze. He couldn't form the ice shield, but Xia Yan's flame arc came as scheduled. Rumble! A phantom appeared as scheduled, and as Xia Yan charged towards them with her sword, the light of blessing vanished without a trace. Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue were blown backward and the world spun around them. Jiang Shao couldn't cast any blessing at all. Wu Haoyang raised his sword and the wind howled. He actually ignored the others and dashed towards Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue, who were spinning and falling from the sky. Han Jiangxue tried her best to control her body with barren wind, but Wu Haoyang seized the opportunity and didn't let it go. Under Wu Haoyang's relentless pursuit, her body couldn't be stabilized at all, and she was blown out of the field by the strong wind. Han Jiangxue was infuriated and decided to go all out. She spun around and finally found an opportunity to blow Wu Haoyang away. The two of them were really going at it. Even though they were in the air, they were still trying their best to interfere with each other, even though they were already dizzy and couldn't tell which direction was up, which was up, left, right, east, and west. However, the problem was that due to their geographical location, Han Jiangxue would probably fall out of the field first. Han Jiangxue swung the barren wind in one hand and the long whip in the other, after which the golden flame torch whip bit Wu Haoyang forcefully. She tried to use the long whip to tie Wu Haoyang's body and throw him out of the field in order to make up for the difference in their geographical location. Wu Haoyang's body also tumbled in the air without any pattern, but he didn't panic at all. The flame torch whip was torn apart wherever the sword passed. "Do you want to perish together? Ha, dream on!" Wu Haoyang swung his sword and a gust of wind swept past. Han Jiangxue had met her match this time. The two of them completely gave up on defense and tried to find each other's figures while blowing each other out of the field. Plop! Jiang Shao, who had been neglected, fell headfirst into the snow and wiped his face forcefully. The cold snow made him sober up, but he heard the exclamations of the crowd. Jiang Shao hurriedly turned around to look, only to see Han Jiangxue and Wu Haoyang in the air. The two of them were actually being blown out of the football field while restraining each other. Jiang Shao panicked, and as soon as he got up, he flew into the air. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. At the next moment, Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and thought to himself, "Usually, I would watch Han Jiangxue control Xia Yan and Li Wei to fight against the enemy. It's finally my turn now." Plop! Han Jiangxue landed heavily on the plastic track outside the football field. She looked a little disheveled under the restraint of Wu Haoyang and rolled a few times on the track before she finally managed to control her body. Beep, beep, the whistle sounded. The referee, who was hiding in the host's seat, hurriedly blew the whistle and said, "Han Jiangxue is disqualified." Bang! Wu Haoyang's heavy body landed heavily on the green field. Due to inertia and the slippery grass, his body slid forward for about 3 to 4 meters. Wu Haoyang's body finally came to a stop when he saw the boundary line in front of him. What a marvelous skill! Miraculous! Wu Haoyang actually managed to stand firm? He's standing just a few steps away from the boundary. Wu Haoyang won. Although it was just a few steps away, Wu Haoyang was in the field while Han Jiangxue was outside. Wow! Damn it! Oh, my little heart! They're getting more and more unrestrained. Are they just playing with my heart? Amidst the exclamations of the audience, Wu Haoyang raised his head proudly and looked at Han Jiangxue, who was on the plastic track. A genius with 30 star slots? The space-shattering snow goddess that everyone's expression changed upon hearing about? In the end, didn't I still defeat her? Powerhouses don't bother to find excuses. You've lost. You've lost. Wu Haoyang's proud expression did not even last for half a second before he felt his head stiffen and his body tremble slightly. The light of blessing came as expected. At the next moment, a black hand touched his waist. To be precise, Little Black poked him in the waist. Wu Haoyang darted out with a whoosh. The toxic healer arrived and green glow attacked. Wu Haoyang leaned forward with his upper body leaning back. He did not want to rush forward, but he could not stop at all. Just like that, Wu Haoyang yelled. He straightened his back. He ran out of the end line of the football field. Chapter 217. Alliance Masters Updates July 10th. Asterisk 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 huh? Uh, uh, uh. At this moment, Wu Haoyang was in a mess and had completely turned into a repeater as he ran. 8 meters away, Wu Haoyang felt that the huge force in his waist had disappeared without a trace. He leaned back and slowed down step by step. After running for a few more steps, he finally stopped and straightened his back. Han Jiangshue's expressionless face was right in front of Wu Haoyang. Wu Haoyang's face turned red. He was still full of pride just now, but he didn't expect to be pushed out in the next second. Who is it? What kind of strange star technique is this? He only poked me gently, but he actually managed to push me more than 10 meters away? Wu Haoyang turned around, only to see that Jiang Zhao's figure had replaced his previous position. It's actually him? It's actually this doctor? It turned out to be the toxic healer who didn't dare to confront me head-on in the snowfield and instead lied and fled? Wu Haoyang looked at Jiang Zhao and then at the border not far away. He was so infuriated that he fell onto the ground and punched the ground forcefully with his fist. He gritted his teeth in hatred and exclaimed in aggrievement, "Ah!" Wu Haoyang's star power reserves were still sufficient, and he barely suffered any injuries. In short, he could still fight for another 300 rounds. He had a body full of martial arts skills, but there was nowhere for him to use them. Everyone witnessed the scene and the entire Red Sun Stadium was in an uproar. Everyone knew what level Wu Haoyang was at. Even if they had never seen Wu Haoyang in the preliminary round, Wu Haoyang had always been the one with the best martial arts skills since the top 8. He had always fought head-on. He had always won head-on. He had won fair and square, and he had won openly and honestly. Today, Wu Haoyang encountered the legendary goddess Shui. Even in the field of rules, Wu Haoyang was superior. The two of them competed in the air with their Wind Series star technique. The flame whip and long sword clashed with each other, but there was no doubt that Wu Haoyang won. He didn't expect to be plotted against by a villain. The detestable Black Hand poked forward gently. Our indomitable great hero was actually pushed out of the border. Su Ro's live streaming channel was also in an uproar. The bullet screen flooded in like a tidal wave. 6666666. I'm dying of laughter, ha 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 ha. F***CK, is this kid poisonous? I'll accept it if you punch me or kick me. What the hell do you mean by stabbing me? Despicable kidney attacker. Ha ha, I'm so happy. He's supposed to be a medic who's supposed to heal the wounded and rescue the dying, but he's turned into a backstabbing old B***starred. Xiaopi, I'm Big Sister's fan. Don't stab him, stab me instead. In the Red Sun Stadium, Han Jiangshua looked at Jiang Zhao and pointed to the distance with her chin, gesturing in the direction of the stadium. Jiang Zhao pursed his lips and thought, little Jiangshua is really cold. She didn't praise me at all. Although he was complaining in his heart, Jiang Zhao still turned around obediently and looked at the arena. In the middle of the field, the Insisters were standing there with a look of astonishment on their faces. At the bottom line of the enemy's half of the field, Jiang Zhao saw Qian Zhuang being carried out on a stretcher. Did Xia Yan seize the opportunity to get rid of Qian Zhuang? In front of the bottom line of the opposite half of the field, Xia Yan held onto her giant sword and turned to look at the center of the field. This battle was truly unpredictable and hard to predict. The snowstorm disrupted everyone's rhythm, causing the countless spectators to be dumbfounded. When the snowstorm dissipated, the several confrontations within a short period of time fully demonstrated the students' ability to adapt to the situation. The two generals each displayed their remarkable abilities and suffered almost no damage. However, both of them were eliminated. When everyone snapped back to their senses on the field, there were only 2 nurses, a doctor and a butcher left. Hence, the problem was 2 medical awakened vs 1 medical plus 1 melee. Who had a higher chance of winning? Xia Yan tilted her head to the left and right, making crisp sounds of bones cracking. Staring at the two girls who were panicking, Xia Yan smirked wantonly and walked towards the middle of the field with the giant sword in hand. Jiang Shao also strode back, picked up the wooden giant sword that was scattered on the ground, and walked towards the middle of the field. While walking, he thought about how he should fight the battle. Although the opponents were two nurses, who knew if they were the kind of muscular women who looked skinny when they were dressed but had 8-pack abs when they were undressed? What if they were hiding their strength? Of course, Jiang Shao and the others had seen the list of the Insistor's star techniques before the match and also studied the characteristics of the Insistors during the competition. The two of them seemed to be purely supporting personnel. Although they did not miss a single lesson in freehand combat, they would indeed be doomed if they were to fight with real melee fighters. Seeing that the enemy was approaching, the two girls looked at each other. Unlooming stomped her feet anxiously and asked, "What should we do, sis? They're coming." "What are you afraid of? Our endurance is 100 times better than theirs." And Yu and Unlooming stood back to back and watched as the enemy rushed towards them. "It'd be great if we can drag it out until the end of the competition. We have a lot of eye-catching maneuvers and we'll get bonus points from the referee." Unlooming said, "Half an hour? Don't joke with me." And Yu clenched her fists and continued to cheer for her sister. "The competition has been going on for a long time. Defend well. When they trigger the effect of resentment, we'll kill them both in one blow." Unlooming looked at the phantom that was flying towards them and stared at Xia Yan's menacing gaze. She said in a sobbing tone, "Her gaze is so scary." "Hey, don't cry." All of a sudden, Jiang Zhao's voice resounded throughout the hall. "I can't stand girls crying. I feel like laughing when they cry." And Yu was speechless. Unlooming was speechless. While walking, Xia Yan glared at Jiang Shao and turned to look at the Insistors. "Surrender." And Yu shook her head vigorously. "Surrender? How can that do?" They had gone through a lot of hardships from the preliminary round to the semifinals. How could they surrender so easily? Although the champion and runner-up would qualify for the National High School League, the bonus points for the college entrance examination were different. The champion would get 10 bonus points for the college entrance examination. The runner-up would only get 5 points. The rewards were different too. The champion would get 4 gold-quality star beads. Besides, they were all of superior quality and precious star beads from a high-level dimensional space. The runner-up would only get 2 gold-quality star beads and 2 silver-quality star bead. Although they were equally precious, the quality would definitely be lower than the champion's. Xia Yan looked at An Yu's determined gaze and nodded silently. Although they were all of the same age, and Yu's adorable appearance and cute bun hair did make others feel a little sympathetic. Xia Yan gave them a chance, but they didn't accept it. Without hesitation, Xia Yan held onto the giant sword and swung it. The arena was like a battlefield where victory and defeat would be decided, and even life and death would be decided. The Insistors panicked and frantically leaped to the side. Whoosh! The sharp flame arc blasted through the middle of the two of them, and Xia Yan's figure followed the trajectory of the flame arc like a ghost and inserted herself between the two girls. Jiang Shao finally rushed to the middle, only to see Unlooming being blasted away. She slid far away on the wet and cold artificial turf, leaving a long trail behind. "Looming!" And Yu yelled anxiously while extending her right hand forward. Ring ring ring! The crisp and melodious sound of bell rang out, which came from An Yu's healing of Unlooming. Jiang Shao took the opportunity to put an imprint on himself, after which the leaping medical ray of light turned around and hung on Jiang Zhao's body. "My bell has actually fallen into someone else's arms?" And Yu couldn't be bothered anymore. She rolled her eyes and connected to Xia Yan, after which she used her star technique, countercurrent light. The dark ray of light connected in Yu and Xia Yan, and its purpose was to destroy both of them. It was to make Xia Yan restrain herself. As long as Xia Yan dared to use a lethal star technique, and Yu would go all out. Xia Yan was stunned for a moment, for she did not expect Yu to make such a choice. She carried the giant sword behind her and walked towards Yu. Yu looked at Xia Yan warily and green glow appeared in her hand. However, she did not have any other offensive star technique. The only thing she could count on was the star technique, enmity. Enmity, brass quality. When attacked by the enemy at close range, there is a 1% chance of adding a random, mild negative state to the enemy. Yu knew that she was being whimsical. Even if there was a 1% chance of triggering it, the enemy would only suffer from a mild, negative state. Frostbite, burns, nausea, and even dizziness would be extremely mild. It would be really difficult for Yu to seize the opportunity to counterattack. If she were to be paralyzed, it would be a blessing from God. If it were a warrior like Xia Yan, she might really seize the opportunity to counterattack. However, if she were to get a headache or fever, it would be of no use at all. Xia Yan quickly stepped forward and dodged Yu's 2 punches. Xia Yan was extremely quick and agile as she circled behind Yu and strangled her throat with her right arm. Yu struggled violently while Xia Yan used her right arm to strangle her throat. She then quickly used her left arm to strangle Yu. Due to her height, Yu couldn't help but kick her legs when she was lifted into the air. Feeling impatient, Xia Yan brought Yu to the ground and knelt on top of her. She then tightened her grip on her arms. As the feeling of suffocation gradually deepened, Yu, who was on the verge of passing out, also lost control of countercurrent light. Of course, if Jiang Shao hadn't come, Xia Yan wouldn't have dared to use such a technique. Even if Enluming was a kitten or puppy, it might bite her if no one was watching. At the side, Enluming couldn't help but shiver. She frantically said to Jiang Shao, "Little icicle, we admit defeat. Hurry and let her go. You're the only one left. You call the shots now." Xia Yan released her arm in a timely manner while Yu, who was beneath her, had already fainted due to the lack of oxygen. "I admit defeat, I admit defeat," Enluming exclaimed frantically. Looking at the look in Xia Yan's eyes, Enluming shuddered in fear, as if she had seen a ferocious female butcher. Enluming reached out and grabbed the corner of Jiang Zhao's shirt before quickly hiding behind him. Xia Yan was dumbfounded. What's going on? Seeing that Enluming had hidden behind Jiang Shao, both the host and the audience were stunned. Su Ro was dumbfounded too. Wow, what did I see? Host, you're watching a large-scale romance drama now. Where's the enemy? Wow, he actually managed to hook up with girls until the finals. Damn it, is this kid toxic? Some people seem to be there to compete on the surface, but they're actually there to hook up with girls. Next, let's invite the champion, Jiang Xiaopi, to give an acceptance speech. I didn't do anything. I just touched Wu Haoyang's waist and flirted with a girl, and I won the championship. The Beijing League is really fun. I'll come again next time. Ah, Jiang Xiaopi. You bastard! Chapter 218. Beep beep beep. The referee blew the whistle and waved the flag. Jiangbin High School wins. Wow. Scattering flowers. Oh yeah, we've won, we've won. Ha 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 ha. We're the champions. Under the lead of Su Ro, the livestream was in an uproar. There was thunderous applause in the Red Sun Stadium too, and the audience cheered and applauded the hard-working children. Victory, skill points +5. Provincial High School League champion, skill points +10. Current skill points, 45. There was good news in the internal star map again, and Jiang Shao was overjoyed too. He initially still had some skill points. If he really had to fight with Wu Haoyang, he would probably have used his skill points to upgrade his Xia family swordsmanship. However, he had now won, and he didn't use his skill points. Instead, he even obtained 15 skill points, which was really comfortable. The next competition with bonus points would have to wait until the second half of the semester. Jiang Shao would have plenty of time to practice his swordsmanship and improve his technique level. Wouldn't he be able to save his skill points? He had to make the best use of the best. Jiang Shao exited the arena with Xia Yan happily, and the two of them waved at the audience. The four of them finally gathered in front of the tunnel. Not bad. Han Jiangshu nodded at Jiang Shao with a rare smile on her face. What about me? What about me? Xia Yan asked as she stood beside Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao could tell that Han Jiangshu was really in a good mood. She reached out and stroked Xia Yan's short hair dotingly. You did well. Oh. Xia Yan closed her eyes and looked like she was enjoying it. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded to see this scene. He thought, is this woman really evolving into a husky? Is she that happy to be patted on the head? Congratulations, I'm really proud of you guys. Hai Tianqing leaped down from the spectator seats and was finally allowed to enter after communicating with the staff for a long time. The four of them turned around and saw Hai Tianqing's smiling face. However, Hai Tianqing said with some embarrassment, I didn't teach you anything, but you became the champion team. The school will definitely give me better treatment and salary, and I will definitely become famous. Sigh, I don't deserve it. Li Wei tried to console him. Teacher Hai, don't say that. You're the one who taught us how to change our formation and team tactics. You're also the one who took the trouble to accompany us into various dimensional spaces and protect us. Before Li Wei finished speaking, Hai Tianqing scratched his head and muttered to himself, this is really vexing. I'll accept it reluctantly. Li Wei was speechless. The award ceremony soon began, and Jiang Shao was looking forward to seeing what kind of star beads the champion team would receive. After a particularly long speech by the leaders, Jiang Shao and the others finally heard the team's name being called from the podium. Let's welcome the team from Qiqing High School, the third place of the Beijiang Provincial High School League in 2016, to the stage to receive the award. Jiang Shao and the others looked over, only to see that Zhou Tsang was walking leisurely towards the makeshift stage with his hair in pigtails. 1 gold and 3 silver beads. Unsurprisingly, the gold star bead was awarded to Zhou Tsang. Although Zhou Tsang's performance was mediocre when he faced Jiang Zhao's team, he was extremely outstanding in the preliminary round and the battle for the third place in the semifinals. After taking a photo with the leaders and the team, the host said again, next, let's welcome the team from Xindon Creek High School No. 11, the runner-up of the Beijiang Provincial High School League in 2016, to the stage to receive the award. This time, the cheers in the stadium were louder. Clearly, Xindon Creek High School No. 11 was much more popular than Qiqing High School. However, the members of Xindon Creek High School No. 11 were not present. Qian Zhuang was sent to the hospital after being slashed by Xia Yan's giant sword, and An Yuyu was suffocated by Xia Yan. An Luming had gone to take care of her sister, and Wu Haoyang was the only one who went on stage to receive the award. However, Wu Haoyang alone was enough to make the stadium jump with joy. This kid's characteristics were too distinct, and he was tall and handsome. Indeed, he had gained a lot of fans, and he might even have gained the favor of many universities. 2 gold quality star beads, 2 silver quality star beads, fresh flowers, and a trophy. Wu Haoyang walked down the stage with cheers. Finally, the most exciting moment had arrived. Jiang Shao didn't like the fresh flowers and applause. He mainly wanted to see what the reward of the provincial championship was. Can I get a space-type star bead? Jiang Shao, who was lost in his thoughts, scurried to the podium in a few steps. It was still snowing heavily. Although the atmosphere in the stadium was very lively, the weather was indeed cold. However, the etiquette lady on the podium was suffering. She was wearing a cheongsam with her thighs exposed, and she was standing in the snow. Organizers, are you still human? Seeing that she was freezing, Jiang Shao tilted his head and looked at her trembling thighs. TSK. The weather is really white. No, these legs are really cold. The The group of four stood still and a middle-aged man shook hands with Jiang Shao warmly. The loving gaze in his eyes made Jiang Shao feel that he was picking a son-in-law. Jiang Shao held the flowers in his left hand and the medal in his right. However, he couldn't wait any longer. It's useless. Where are the star beads? Where are the gold-quality star beads? Wow, here they are! From the corner of his eye, Jiang Shao saw a lady in a cheongsam who was on the verge of crying from the cold. She walked over with a plate while shivering. The leader, who was wearing a down jacket, grinned at Jiang Shao and handed the small square box to him. Jiang Shao chuckled and grabbed it, but his face stiffened. Fallen Shadow Warrior Star Bead, Gold Quality, Star Technique. 1. Shadow Spear. Condenses star power and summons a controllable shadow spear. There is a slight chance of triggering soul damage. Brass Quality, Upgradable. 2. Shadow Shield. Condenses star power and summons a sturdy shadow shield. When attacked, there is a slight chance of causing the enemy to suffer soul damage. Silver Quality, Upgradable. 3. Shadow Hammer. Condense star power and throw a shadow hammer with soul damage at the enemy to inflict pain on your enemy. Gold Quality, Upgradable. Do you want to absorb it together? Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. What does the organizer mean? Even they can't stand it anymore? Do they want me to transform into a warrior? What the hell are these 3-star techniques? I only have 9 star slots and I've left one for my star pets. Now I only have 4 star slots left. You guys, at this moment, a lady in a cheongsam who was shivering in the cold took 2 steps forward and whispered something to the leader who was presenting the award. The middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes glanced at the girl in displeasure before stepping forward and reaching out to snatch the small square box from Jiang Zhao's hand. Jiang Shao was speechless. Under Jiang Zhao's gaze, the fallen Shadow Warrior Star Bead was handed over to Li Wei. Come on, kid, this is yours. The middle-aged man grabbed the other small square box handed over by the lady and stuffed it into Jiang Zhao's hand. Fallen Shadow Witch Star Bead, Gold Quality, Star Technique. 1. Enmity. When attacked by an enemy at close range, there is a 1% chance of randomly adding a slight negative state to the enemy. Brass Quality, Upgradable. 2. Countercurrent Light. Throws out a continuous ray of light that shares vitality and star power with the connected target. Silver Quality, Upgradable. 3. Sound of Silence. Consumes a large amount of star power to stop all sounds. Prevents all targets in a specific area from using star technique. Gold Quality, Upgradable. Do you want to absorb them together? Oh my god! The Fallen Shadow Witch Star Bead? When Jiang Shao saw the Fallen Shadow Witch Star Bead, he had already begun to secretly guess. He didn't expect that his reward would really be the Fallen Shadow Witch. Fallen Shadow Witches were very precious and powerful creatures of other dimensions that were unique to the Shadow Cave. The Shadow Cave was a dimensional space that only existed in the Tianjin area and Yanzhou province. Besides, the strongest creature in the Shadow Cave was a platinum-quality creature, the Fallen Shadow Demon. The platinum-quality Shadow Cave was almost set in stone, and it would never be opened to the public. Perhaps only special teams such as the military and internal groups of the country would be able to come into contact with this series of star bead. However, whenever a dimensional space like the Shadow Cave appeared, it would either be guarded and developed carefully, or destroyed immediately to avoid causing harm to the area and the people. Even if Jiang Shao had the ability to enter such a dangerous place, he wouldn't be qualified to do so. Just yesterday, when everyone in the team was studying the list of star techniques of the Ancestors, Jiang Shao was already drooling over enmity and countercurrent light. However, he never expected that the reward would be the Fallen Shadow Witch Star Bead. Which national organization sponsored the prizes of the Beijiang Province High School League? Beijiang Province Star Warriors Association? Oh my god, this is incredible! Since the ancestors could possess such precious and rare star beads, even a fool could tell how powerful the infamily was. For a poor brother like Jiang Shao, being able to come into contact with such a star bead was indeed a great stroke of luck. The ancestors had absorbed the brass quality, enmity, and the silver quality, countercurrent light, but they didn't get the real gold quality divine skill, sound of silence. However, Jiang Shao didn't have to worry about whether he could successfully absorb it. After all, he had the internal star map and the success rate was 100%. So here's the problem. There was no doubt that it was impossible for such star beads to reach the level of filling. However, the 3-star techniques were very functional and Jiang Shao liked them very much. What to do? I'm waiting online, it's urgent. Chapter 219. Wow. Beijiang Province Star Warriors Association, you guys are really impressive. I used to think that Xia Shanhai was the one who put in a lot of effort, but it turns out that you guys are the ones who put in a lot of effort. Why? The high school students in Beijiang Province have been at the bottom of the country for the past few years. They've been beaten up into sieves and beaten up on the ground. You guys finally can't take it anymore? Jiang Zhao's thoughts were a little biased. The Beijiang Province Star Warriors Association was, of course, giving such rewards to encourage the students to train, grow, and strive for better results. However, the possibility of the children in the nebula stage acquiring gold-quality star techniques in high school was too low. Gao Junwei's roar of fear, Yu Zhen's dark blue scepter, Wu Haoyang's howl of battle, and the ancestors' pure white scepter and gray-white scepter were all gold-quality star techniques that they had spent a fortune to acquire. Xia Yan had already absorbed the gold-quality star beads of 2 ape ghoul kings, but the body of star power was nowhere to be seen. He reckoned that most people would not absorb the fallen shadow star beads before the galaxy stage. They would probably wait until after the galaxy stage to try their luck. When would these kids reach the galaxy stage? Perhaps they would have to wait until they went to university or even step into society before they could reach this level. At that time, the National High School League had already ended. After all, there were very few people like the ancestors who had connections and were rich. What's your reward? Jiang Shao nudged Xia Yan's shoulder and asked softly. As the leaders handed out the star beads one by one, the organizers asked the students to take photos with the leaders. Jiang Shao asked while smiling and shaking the flowers in his hand. I've been by your side the whole time. Didn't you hear when that Chong Sam chick introduced me? Are you only focused on looking at my legs? Xia Yan asked through gritted teeth as she adjusted her posture and faced the cameraman in the distance. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. I've been looking at the star beads in my internal star map. Besides, you don't even like me, so why are you so strict with me then, little Jiangxue? If you don't tell me, I'll see for myself. Jiang Shao reached out and secretly touched the small square box in Xia Yan's hand. Xia Yan was rather generous. In order not to let Jiang Shao touch her hand, she simply threw the box away. She didn't throw it away. She just let go of it. The small square box landed in Jiang Zhao's hands. Jiang Shao held it in his hand, opened the lid, and flipped it. Fallen Shadow Thorn Star Bead, Gold Quality, Star Techniques. 1. Shadow Blade. Throws a spinning shadow blade that has a slight chance of triggering soul damage. Brass Quality, Upgradable, Shadow Blade Protection. Summons several revolving shadow blades to surround the user and attack all enemies around the user. There is a slight chance that the enemy will receive soul damage. Silver Quality, Upgradable, 3. Wrath of the Shadow Blade. Sends out a large number of sharp shadow blades in all directions. They deal soul damage and tear your enemies to shreds. Gold, Upgradable. Do you want to absorb them together? TSK. This Fallen Shadow Thorn Star technique is rather impressive. Jiang Zhao's throat squirmed. It turned out to be the Fallen Shadow Thorn Star Bead. In that case, Was the reward that Han Jiangxue received the fallen shadow demon star bead? The fallen shadow fiend was the strongest creature in the shadow cave. It was a terrifying platinum rank existence. 4-star technique. 3 gold and 1 platinum. Horrifying and terrifying. As soon as the photo session with the leader ended, Jiang Shao shoved the small square box back to Xia Yan and leaned towards Han Jiangxue. He asked, "What star bead did you get as a reward?" Han Jiangxue said, "Pick up the trophy and take a photo." Jiang Shao was speechless. "Isn't the photo done? Another one?" Han Jiangxue patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder gently and said, "There are no outsiders this time. It's just the 4 of us. This is the first milestone in our lives." "The first milestone in our lives?" Jiang Shao said softly. "The first milestone in my life was when I won first place in the military training competition and skipped year 3 to join your team. Although it wasn't a great competition, it was the most important one in my life." Jiang Zhao's mind was filled with thoughts about the fallen shadow demon's star bead, and he casually spoke his mind. While speaking, he repeated the same trick and quietly took the exquisite box from Han Jiangxue's hand. However, the feedback from the internal star map showed that it was the fallen shadow witch star bead. "Isn't it the platinum quality fallen shadow demon? The reward for the Rules Awakened commander is still the fallen shadow witch star bead? Well, logically speaking, those 3 skills are suitable for Rules Awakened." While Jiang Shao was secretly feeling that it was a pity, Han Jiangxue was slightly stunned. At the next moment, a smile appeared on her cold and aloof face. She was elegant and charming. For this kind of usually expressionless and cold lady, when she revealed that sweet smile, the lethality was extremely shocking. Jiang Zhao's words seemed to have touched Han Jiangxue's heartstrings, and she seemed to be really touched. Her heartfelt smile made Xia Yan mesmerized. "Next, I'll announce that the most valuable student of the 2016 Beijiang Province High School League is..." Jiang Shao seemed to have heard something incredible. Most valuable student? MVP. Damn it, how could I have forgotten about such an important award? Jiangbin High School, Han Jiangxue. As soon as the host finished speaking, the audience cheered again. Han Jiangxue's smile gradually disappeared, and she returned to her usual self. She then nodded slightly at the audience. In this competition, Han Jiangxue was undoubtedly the one who opened up the situation for Jiangbin High School. She used the flame torch whip to tie up the 2 little balls and made the Rules Awakened flustered. That was why the blizzard stopped, which led to everything that happened later on. Besides, the strongest enemy, Wu Haoyang, was also brought out of the arena by Han Jiangxue. Although Wu Haoyang was pushed out by Jiang Zhao's hand, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Jiang Shao was being controlled by Han Jiangxue. Besides, Han Jiangxue was the commander of the team. Hence, she deserved to be the MVP. When he heard the title of Most Valuable Student, Wu Haoyang stopped in his tracks and looked at Han Jiangxue with a complicated gaze filled with envy and pity. In his heart, that award should have belonged to him. Next, let's invite Mr. Wang Qin, the Vice President of the Beijiang Province Star Warriors Association, to present the award to the most valuable student. Flowers, a trophy, and an unknown star bead. Will it be the fallen shadow demon star bead? When Han Jiangxue handed the small square box to Jiang Shao to take a look, he was filled with complicated emotions. The reward for the MVP is actually the fallen shadow witch star bead. So, little Jiangxue and I now have a total of 3 fallen shadow witch star beads? What do you mean by this? Are you trying to entice me to absorb them? Although I might not be able to buy such star beads, I won't be able to come across them anytime soon. However, the number of star beads I have seems to be enough to upgrade the brass quality enmity and the silver quality countercurrent light. After all, the star beads are of gold quality. 1 gold equals 10 silver equals 100 brass equals 100 skill point. Jiang Shao knew that as long as he asked, Han Jiangxue would definitely give him all the star beads. However, it wasn't Jiang Zhao's habit to ask for them. As a man, how can I be so shameless? Jiang Zhao turned to look at Han Jiangshu and said, "Give me these fallen shadow witch star beads." Han Jiangshu nodded casually and said, "Okay, take them." Jiang Zhao said, "Sure." Li Wei, give the trophy to Jiang Xiaopi and let him sit on the ground in front. Xiaopi, hurry up, sit in the middle and hold the championship trophy in your arms. The voice of the teacher in charge suddenly sounded from below the stage. The three of you stand at the back. Han Jiangxue, hold the MVP trophy properly. Hai Tianqing, who was at the side, said with a smile, "Be good and cooperate with the teacher in charge. We have to take this photo back to school and frame it." After everyone got into position and smiled, Hai Tianqing nodded in satisfaction, and the teacher in charge pressed the camera button. 2016 Beijiang Province High School League Champion Team. Jiang Zhao sat on the stage with the huge championship trophy in his arms. He seemed to be a little cold, so his smile was rather unnatural. Xia Yan held on to Han Jiangshue's arm and bit the medal in her mouth, looking rather happy. Han Jiangxue stood behind Jiang Zhao with the MVP trophy in her hand and a faint smile on her face. Li Wei made a very old-fashioned but classic peace sign. Snow was falling from the sky, and the Red Sun Stadium was bustling with noise and excitement. A precious scene was fixed at that moment. Please remember the domain name of this book. Top. Chapter 220. Alliance Masters Updates August 10th. What's the highest temperature in the Crimson Mountain Basin dimensional space in Dajiang Province? When was the famous dimensional space by the Yeyu Swamp in Kainan Province officially opened to the public? How many types of creatures of other dimensions are there in the Beimang Desolate Tomb? What are their levels? What are their star techniques? Which city's dimensional space is the ancient Warrior Legion dimensional space? The Red Stone Park of China is located in Nanyue Province. Is there a dimensional space in the Red Stone Park? If there is, what's its name? Jiang Zhao grabbed his hair in frustration, but unfortunately, he couldn't grab his hair at all because he had a buzz cut. Although he couldn't grab his hair, it didn't stop Jiang Zhao from going crazy. Damn it, what kind of exam questions are these? Did I take the Star Study or the Encyclopedia of Society? Just as Jiang Zhao was sighing, the livestream girl in front of him pressed the paper with her right elbow and shifted to the right. Wow. Su Ro. I didn't rub your tummy every day in vain. You're really a grateful child. Jiang Zhao tried his best to read the answers on the paper on the table in front of him, but the stool was kicked hard. Han Jiangxue said coldly, "Look at your own paper." Jiang Zhao was dumbfounded. 2 invigilators aren't enough? You want to invigilate me too? Jiang Zhao leaned back and gritted his teeth. Answer the questions. Why are you looking at me? Han Jiangxue placed the paper on the table and looked at Jiang Zhao's back. She said, "I'm done. I'll wait for you to hand in the paper and go home together." Jiang Zhao was speechless. Han Jiangxue turned to look out of the window, only to see that it was a world covered in silver and snow. It was late winter in Beijiang Province, and the sky darkened very early. Although it was only 17 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky was almost dark. The paths in the school and the side of the playground were filled with dim streetlights, which made the snowflakes look extremely beautiful. However, Jiang Zhao didn't have the time to appreciate it. At this moment, he was struggling with the exam questions. Yes. It was the final exam for the first half of the semester in Year 3 of high school. It was the last written exam for Star Study. After taking this exam, Jiang Zhao could finally debut. Go home for the Lunar New Year. Jiang Zhao looked at the exam questions and felt that it would be a tough year. Write quickly. Han Jiangxue urged him from behind, and Jiang Zhao could also feel her gently kicking the leg of the stool. Jiang Zhao, who couldn't come up with an answer, was already feeling rather frustrated. He really wanted to cast the sound of silence on her. He then added in high spirits, "Shut your mouth." However, Jiang Shao dared not do so. Speaking of sound of silence, there was another interesting matter. The skill description of sound of silence was, consume a large amount of star power and stop all sounds. It prevented all targets in a specific area from using their star technique. Jiang Shao initially thought that the main function of the star technique was to prevent everyone from using it. However, when Jiang Shao really used sound of silence, he realized that the description of this star technique was rather accurate. It was really difficult for people in the domain of sound of silence to speak, of course. It was not because this person had become mute, nor was it because the environment had become a vacuum. Instead, it was because of the special physical state that this star technique brought to the target that made it difficult for them to speak. Even if they tried to make a sound, they would only stutter and stammer. How should he describe it? It was like a person's internal organs had suddenly been shaken and he was unable to speak. At the thought of the sound of silence, Jiang Shao opened his internal star map again and looked at his fifth golden star slot with a blissful smile. Jiang Shao absorbed the fallen Shadow Witch's star bead on the train back. Let's go back in time to 2 weeks ago. After winning the championship, Jiang Shao and the others got on the train and rushed back to Jiangbin City under the arrangement of the school. Xia Yan, the second-generation heiress, still arranged a soft private room for everyone. The poor Hai Tianqing had no idea where he was sleeping. After the lights were turned off on the train, Xia Yan did not let Jiang Shao warm her feet again. Instead, she continued to lie on the upper berth and chat with Han Jiangxue quietly. Jiang Shao could tell that she was really happy to have won the championship. Li Wei leaned against the wall of the private room and called Li Qingmei softly in the dark. They were still in a lovey-dovey state. Jiang Shao lay on the lower berth alone while holding the 3 gold-quality star beads of the fallen Shadow Witch star beads in his hand, feeling a little conflicted. The sound of silence was a divine skill. No matter what, it was definitely not a loss to have such a skill. The problem was, Big Cat, should I tell Second Last in advance? Before participating in the competition, Second Last had warned him about it very sternly. He had to discuss it with her before absorbing any star technique. Jiang Shao hesitated for a while and sat up in frustration. Listening to the sound of the train, Jiang Shao rubbed his head hard. What a joke! How can I be controlled by a big cat when I'm a proud healer? After careful consideration, Jiang Shao no longer hesitated and immediately absorbed one of the fallen Shadow Witch star bead. 1. Enmity. When attacked by an enemy at close range, there is a 1% chance of adding a slight negative state to the enemy. Brass quality, upgradable, 2. Countercurrent light. Throws out a continuous ray of light that shares vitality and star power with the connected target. Silver quality, upgradable, 3. Sound of silence. Consumes a large amount of star power to stop all sounds. Prevents all targets in a specific area from using star technique. Gold quality, upgradable, 3 star techniques in 1 star technique. Wow, that's great. Jiang Shao still had 2 fallen Shadow Witch star beads with him. Should I absorb them and upgrade them? Wait a minute. Jiang Shao had a brainwave and suddenly thought of something. Enmity was of brass quality. However, this star bead was of gold quality. Since this star bead was of gold quality, would enmity be upgraded according to the highest quality? After absorbing a gold quality fallen Shadow Witch star bead, would the brass quality enmity be upgraded by a small level, or would it be maxed out and advanced to silver quality? Should I advance to silver quality level 0 and get rid of the excess? Or should I continue to increase it until it reaches silver quality level 9? 1 gold equals 100 brass equals 100 skill point. That's a difference of more than 90 skill points. Or could it be that Jiang Shao was overthinking and brass quality was brass quality after all? Would absorbing star beads of the same type be upgraded from brass quality level 1 to brass quality level 2? Jiang Shao realized that he shouldn't joke about such a precious gold quality star bead no matter what. Hence, enmity had to be upgraded with skill points. Jiang Shao spent 9 skill points on enmity. To be exact, it was on the 5th star slot. Due to the fact that he had 3 star techniques and 1 star technique and each star technique was upgraded to level 1, there were changes to the 3 star techniques. Enmity, silver quality LV0, brass LV1, silver LV0, countercurrent light, silver quality level 1, 9 out of 10, sound of silence, gold quality LV1, 9 out of 100 skill points. 36 Jiang Shao glanced at the description of enmity and realized that something was amiss. After carefully reading it several times, he finally realized what the difference was. Slight was gone. Enmity. When attacked by the enemy at close range, there is a 1% chance of adding a random negative state to the enemy. The original description was to add a slight negative state to the enemy, but the slight was gone. What did that mean? Jiang Shao was overjoyed. First-degree burns and third-degree burns couldn't be the same. Motion sickness, nausea, and vomiting blood couldn't be the same either. Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up with excitement. His enmity had already risen to silver quality. He decided to try absorbing the star beads this time. Just like that, Jiang Shao sat on the lower berth and swayed along with the train, obtaining the 5th, 6th, and 7th gold quality star techniques in his life. Character, Jiang Shao 1. Star Map, Big Dipper, Nebula Stage Level 02. Star Technique, 1. Blessing, Silver Quality Level 2, 6/10, 2. Decoy, Silver Quality Level 2, 6/10, 3. Green Glow, Gold Quality Level 3, 6 out of 100, 4. Endurance, Gold Quality Level 3, 6 out of 100. 5. Bell, Silver Quality Level 1, 6. Imprint, Silver Quality Level 17. Nostalgia, Gold Quality Level 0, 1/10, 8. Dawn, Gold Quality Level 0, 1/10, 9. Enmity, Gold Quality Level 0, 10. Countercurrent Light, Gold Quality Level 0, 11. Sound of Silence, Gold Quality Level 2, 9 out of 100, 3. Basic Technique, Hand-to-Hand Combat, Silver Quality Level 4. 2. Star Power Abundance, Silver Quality Level 13. Dagger Mastery, Silver Quality Level 44. Xia Family Swordsmanship, Silver Quality Level 84. Skill Points, 36. Oh my god! Jiang Shao broke out in a cold sweat. It turned out that the data of the small upgrade in quality would be retained. Sound of Silence was originally Gold Quality Level 1, 9 out of 100. After absorbing a Gold Quality Star Bead, Sound of Silence became Gold Quality Level 2, 9 out of 100. However, if it was an upgrade in quality, the data actually erased the 0 points. Both Enmity and Countercurrent Light became Gold Quality Level 0. There were still 9 skill points in Countercurrent Light and they were gone just like that? Jiang Shao was really terrified. Fortunately, he had used 9 skill points to upgrade Enmity to silver quality. Otherwise, Enmity would only have been upgraded from brass quality to silver quality after absorbing the star bead. How many skill points did I have to waste? What a scam! This internal star map is really a scam. Jiang Shao lamented in his heart, but at the next moment, his attitude changed drastically. Look at the description of the gold quality Enmity. Enmity, gold when attacked by an enemy at close range, there is a 3% chance of adding a random negative state to the enemy. The first time, the slight was deducted, and the second time, the probability was increased? How interesting! The introduction of the gold quality countercurrent light did not change much. Its description was still, throws out a continuous ray of light that shares vitality and star power with the connected target. However, Jiang Shao knew that there would definitely be a qualitative change in this star technique. Since the number of rays of light did not change, it was likely that there was a change in the speed. Maybe it's because of the faster transmission of star power with the connected target? Maybe the black ray of light that was thrown out was darker, thicker, and larger. Chapter 221. After returning home, Jiang Shao realized that he was a little anxious. He should have felt the effects of the original silver quality countercurrent light before upgrading it. That way, he would at least be able to compare the difference before and after the upgrade. However, Jiang Shao upgraded the countercurrent light from silver quality to gold quality just like that. However, it didn't matter. After all, the effects were there. Jiang Shao was going to go back and search for information on the internet to compare as much as possible. Or he could also look for an Yu to find out more about it. He could compete with her to see whose countercurrent light was darker and thicker. After the competition ended, Jiang Shao, Wu Haoyang, Qian Zhuang, and the Insisters stayed behind. Jiangbin City was not far from Xindan Creek, and it would only take them an hour and a half to get there by high-speed rail. The two teams would represent Beijiang Province in the National High School League in the future. Hence, there was no harm in getting to know each other now. And Yu's attitude had always been indifferent. At her age, it would be difficult for her to become friends with her opponent after experiencing a defeat. Wu Haoyang was very enthusiastic, or to be exact, he was very enthusiastic towards Xia Yan. Of course, Wu Haoyang didn't have any improper thoughts about Xia Yan. He was already prepared to go to Jiangbin City to have a one-on-one duel with Xia Yan after the Lunar New Year. Unlooming was a heartless person. According to her, she had already found Jiang Xiaopi mischievous or not on Weibo and successfully became a fan of his. During the final battle between the two teams, the scene of Unlooming pinching the corner of Jiang Zhao's shirt and hiding behind him for protection was witnessed by many people. The people who loved to watch the fun and create a commotion tried to matchmake Unlooming and Jiang Shao. Unlooming was so infuriated that she pouted and typed furiously on the screen of her mobile phone. She was having a great time arguing with the people on the internet. What a joke. Why would I fall for this mischievous little popsicle? Putting aside the complicated family factors and considering from a personal point of view, if I were to find someone, I'd have to find a mature and strong warrior. What's going on with two healers? Do I get bullied? Do I get bullied like Do? The scene of an Yu being ravaged by Xia Yan still lingered in Unlooming's mind. Dong dong. Han Jiangxue gently kicked the leg of the stool and pulled him back from his memories. Hurry up, I'm waiting for you. Jiang Shao snapped out of his trance and looked at the glorious gold in his internal star map. Jiang Shao was so happy that he didn't want to wake up. The blank paper in front of him made Jiang Shao feel like he had fallen into hell. Sharpening a spear at the last moment, even if it's not fast, it's still good. Bulsh *T. This spear was too rusty and could not be polished. Ring ring ring, as the bell rang, it was time for the exam. Jiang Shao hid the half of the blank paper and quickly handed it in. Xia Yan, who was standing on the other side of Han Jiangshue's aisle, was overjoyed. She covered her mouth and chuckled. I bet he won't have a good Lunar New Year. Han Jiangshue sighed helplessly and said, We can still let him watch the Spring Festival Gala. Xia Yan packed her school bag and humphed. What's there to watch about the Spring Festival Gala? The king of skits is getting old, and he's not going to appear anymore. TV crosstalk isn't as good as theater crosstalk. Alright, why don't you come over to my house for the New Year? Han Jiangxue shook her head and said, No, I'll just spend it with Xiaopi. Shue. Xia Yan wanted to say something but was interrupted by Han Jiangxue. It's the Lunar New Year today. Xia Yan asked, Huh? What's the matter? Han Jiangxue said softly, If you want to celebrate the Lunar New Year, come home with me tonight and cook some delicious dishes together. Upon hearing her words, Xia Yan's beautiful eyes lit up and she yelled, Okay, okay. Xia Shiqi then packed her school bag even faster. She then thought of something and looked up at the noisy classroom. She couldn't help but ask, where did Xiaopi go? Why did he disappear after handing in the paper? Han Jiangxue was speechless. Did he sneak away because he's afraid of getting beaten up? Xia Yan said with a smile. Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Zhao's desk in front of her, only to see that there was stationery on it that had yet to be packed. There was also a school bag at the side. She couldn't help but frown. Xia Yan muttered to herself, poor Xiaopi. I have to buy 2 more bottles of beer tonight and watch the year-end drama. Han Jiangxue asked, what did you say? Xia Yan waved her hands and stammered, nothing, nothing. Jiang Xiao, whom Xia Yan had been thinking about, was standing in the corridor at this moment and talking to Hai Tianqing with a sullen expression. As early as 2 weeks ago, Jiang Xiao returned to Jiangbin City and resumed his normal life. Ever since then, he had been feeling rather uneasy. Ever since he returned from winning the championship, the television station had also interviewed him and the school leaders had also warmly welcomed him. Jiang Zhao's Weibo fans had also increased to more than 60,000. All of that meant that the team from Jiangbin High School had become famous. Jiang Xiao received a lot of congratulations, except for one person, second last. His master, who had provided him with the hand-drawn map of the arsenal and brought him to the snowfield for training, had yet to contact him. Jiang Xiao was well aware of second last's desire for him. At the same time, the news that Jiangbin High School had won the first place in the Beijiang Provincial High School League spread like wildfire in the province. Even the entire country was affected by it. There was no reason for second last not to know about it. What really made Jiang Xiao feel uneasy was the reason for second last's parting. Back in the snowfield, second last was summoned back by the Guardians of the Night, and if he had guessed correctly, she had gone to participate in a mission. For an officer like second last who was a light chaser, every mission she took was likely to be extremely dangerous. Did something happen to second last because there was no news of her? Hence, 2 days after returning to school, Jiang Xiao looked for Hai Tianqing and tried to contact second last. Jiang Xiao couldn't contact second last, and Hai Tianqing definitely wouldn't be able to either. Besides, second last had a special identity, and Hai Tianqing didn't want to be targeted because he was scouting for military intelligence. Unable to resist Jiang Zhao's repeated pleas, Hai Tianqing had no choice but to try to contact his former captain, one last. The news that he received gave Hai Tianqing a great shock. Second last, she actually shed her identity as a light chaser and became a guardian of the night again. Hai Tianqing immediately realized that as a non-staff member who had been fired, he wasn't qualified to receive such news from one last at all. Captain Su Li even told Hai Tianqing about the specific location of second last's vigil. What does that mean? One last clearly did that on purpose. Hai Tianqing only knew second last's current identity and location of work, but he didn't know why she had been transferred and why she was going to stay in the snowfield until she died. After thinking about it, Hai Tianqing realized that regardless of what happened to second last, Captain Xiao clearly wanted to pass the message to the rest of the team. To whom? Who else could he pass it to? After pondering about it, Hai Tianqing immediately went to the classroom, only to see Jiang Xiao handing in the papers to the podium. That was why the current scene was happening. With a sullen expression, Jiang Xiao asked, "Is this a demotion? Did she make a mistake and become a guardian of the night?" Hai Tianqing shook his head and explained, "It's just a different division of labor. The light chasers and the guardians of the night are of the same rank." However, Jiang Xiao said, "They are indeed of the same rank, but the duties and survival methods of these two troops are obviously different. She even wanted to take me as an apprentice. Before I went to participate in the provincial league, she took me to train and helped me look for star beads to increase my star technique. She's a very persistent person, so there's no reason for her to suddenly abandon me and her own plans. Hai Tianqing said, your thoughts do make sense. So you. Jiang Shao said, the snowfield of Jianan village, huh? I'll go look for her. Who are you going to look for? Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan walked out of the classroom. Xia Yan was still carrying the school bag that she had packed for him and tossed it to him. Jiang Shao grabbed the school bag in a flurry, but he didn't know how to explain it. You guys might not believe it, but Big Cat doesn't want me anymore. Such a good star pet. Such a strong thigh. Such perfect stats. Why did it disappear just like that? Besides, it's fine if you don't want me, but you have to give me the space star bead first. Chapter 222. At the end of the day, the awakened ones had it easier than the ordinary student. On the day of the little New Year's Day, which was 7 days before New Year's Eve, the winter vacation began. School would start on the 8th day of the Lunar New Year. The winter vacation would last for nearly half a month. As for those ordinary third-year high school students, they would probably have to wait until the 29th of the lunar calendar before they could go on holiday. They would have to go back to school on the 6th day of the Chinese New Year. It was commonly known as the 7 days of happiness during the New Year. Not 1 day more, not 1 day less. Alright, let's not talk about these sad things. Today was December 24th of the lunar calendar, the first day of winter vacation. What do high school students do on the first day of winter vacation? Han Jiangxue never expected Shrimpy to be so hard-working that it actually wanted to go to the snowfield to train. They had just gone through the Beijiang Province High School League and won the first place in the entire province after going through a lot of hardship. If this kind of honor had been given to him in the past, his Shrimpy would have been extremely arrogant. Even if the school didn't give him a holiday, he could still give himself a year off. Look at him now. He was going to the snowfield for training on the first day of the winter vacation? He even said he would go home for Chinese New Year's Eve. Han Jiangxue was a little confused. Due to the fact that she had been rushing around for the competition in the past few days, her nerves were tense and she was a little exhausted. After returning home, she went through another 2 weeks of intense preparation for the exams. Now, she could be considered to have successfully completed the first semester of Year 3. Han Jiangxue was still thinking about how to relax, but what happened? Look at her brother's hard-working attitude. Han Jiangxue criticized herself. Han Jiangxue, you can't relax and you can't be arrogant. He had to learn from Shrimpy. Look at its resolve. Hence, Han Jiangxue immediately expressed that she wanted to enter the snowfield with Jiang Shao to train. In any case, there were no parents at home, leaving the siblings to depend on each other. In Han Jiangxue's opinion, Jiang Zhao's home was wherever he was. Not to mention returning to Earth on Chinese New Year's Eve, so what if he didn't come back for Chinese New Year? The concept of home was never a house, much less a city, but the person or group of people you cared about in your heart. Wherever that person was, that was home. What Han Jiangxue didn't expect was that Jiang Shao actually took a taxi to a bath center with her. The small barbecue shop in the alley next to the bath center. Here, Han Jiangxue got to know the hospitable Auntie Yu. She initially thought that the restaurant was where Jiang Shao and his friends would gather for a meal, until Jiang Shao asked about the name Luan Honging. Han Jiangxue finally realized that the inconspicuous store was inextricably linked to Second Last. As expected, Jiang Shao didn't get any news about Second Last. In order not to make Auntie Yu worry, Jiang Shao carefully probed around the bush and didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he suggested that they pack some grilled fish and drink. 4 grilled codfish and half a caddy of homemade white wine. The strange takeaway menu made Han Jiangxue realize that it was definitely not their lunch and was probably for someone else. Watching as the fragrant grilled fish was placed in the box, Jiang Shao grabbed the codfish and a half-caddy bottle of Xiao Shou. He then tossed the money down and dragged Han Jiangshu out. After running for more than 10 meters, when he looked back, he saw Auntie Yu standing at the door with the money in her hand, beckoning him to go back and take the money. The reproachful look in Auntie Yu's eyes was exactly the same as some faces in Jiang Zhao's memory, which made Jiang Shao feel rather upset. Come to think of it, I'm going to be judged. Big Cat might really not want me anymore. If she finds out that I'm scamming you for food and drinks, won't she tear me apart? In the taxi, Han Jiangshu rested her elbow on the window and rested her face on her hand while looking at the snow outside the window. She said, "You don't want to train, you want to deliver food to her." Jiang Shao was speechless. Han Jiangshu suddenly felt a little heartache. The famous goddess Shui, a genius with 30 star slots and the MVP of the Beijiang Provincial High School League, had actually fallen to the point of delivering food with her brother. The grilled codfish and half a caddy of Xiao Shou were in her gold-quality Sky Smasher. Most importantly, even though she knew Jiang Zhao's intentions, she still wanted to go to the snowfield with him to deliver food because she was afraid that he would be in danger. Han Jiangshu sighed deeply, only to hear Jiang Shao humming softly. If this isn't love, Han Jiangshu was speechless. Outside Jiangbin City, in Jianan Village, the snowfield that had once been invaded had been reopened to the outside world as quickly as possible after some rectification. After Jiang Shao and Han Jiangshu verified their identities, they once again obtained the right to enter the snowfield for free. Both of them were neat and tidy people. 5 minutes later, the couple, who were dressed in snow camouflage uniforms, embarked on their journey in the snowfield again. Logically speaking, Jiang Zhao's blessing and decoy were star techniques that were relatively difficult to upgrade. A white ghoul witch star bead that cost 200,000 yuan was extremely difficult to buy. Besides, the number of white ghoul witches was also relatively rare. Hence, the quality of Jiang Zhao's blessing and decoy remained at silver quality level 2, 6 out of 10. The white ghoul witch star bead was of brass quality, and it would be a long time before it could be upgraded to gold quality. He reckoned that he would probably have to get second last to lead the way and rush into the holy ground in order to upgrade quickly. "Where is she?" Han Jiangshu asked. "I don't know," Jiang Shao answered honestly. Han Jiangshu humphed and said softly, "You're really affectionate." Jiang Shao was speechless. Little Jiangshu looks so adorable when she's jealous. He had never realized that she had such a side to her. Han Jiangshu was human too, and she would have emotions too. In this world of the two of them, with no outsiders around, she didn't keep a straight face like she usually did. She clearly knew that second last was Jiang Zhao's master. Otherwise, she wouldn't have accompanied him there after knowing his purpose. In Han Jiangshu's opinion, it was really lucky to be able to have an officer of the Guardians of the Night as her master. When there's a will, there's a way. Look at what kind of person she is. As long as she's a righteous person, their master-disciple relationship would be solid enough. If second last was really a good backer, it would be a good home for Jiang Shao if he could survive under her protection and even join the Guardians of the Night. While Han Jiangshu was thinking about it, Jiang Shao said, "Let's head towards the holy ground. Her troops are stationed there." Slightly stunned, Han Jiangshu said, "We'll be arrested." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "It's the Lunar New Year and it's not easy to find a place that provides free food and accommodation. Be content." Han Jiangshu was speechless. Just like that, the brother and sister faced the wind and snow under the illumination of the aurora in the sky, and walked on the path of death. At the same time, in Jiangbin City, a young man was pacing back and forth nervously in his small room. He had already lost count of the number of times he had paced around the room. He seemed rather terrified, and there was already a layer of sweat on his forehead. A few minutes later, the young man sat down on the chair and took out his mobile phone to look at the text message on his phone. His palms were also sweating. Clearly, he was hesitating and struggling internally. He had received the news that he had been waiting for, but he didn't want to make the call. Because he knew what it meant to make the call. He didn't care about the life and death of the two of them. He just wanted them to go to hell immediately. However, he really didn't want to face her. It had been more than half a month, and he could always clearly recall the feeling of suffocation, the extreme pain, and the deep sense of powerlessness that came from struggling in vain. At the end of the day, he just hoped that she would die quickly because he didn't want to see her again. However, he had no choice but to make the call. Ever since he was young, he had never dared to disobey his mother's orders. He was arrogant and domineering outside. Regardless of whether he was truly rebellious in his heart or pretending to be strong on the outside, he did not have the guts to deceive or hide anything from his mother. In the end, Gao Junwei still made the call. Do! After the busy tone, a middle-aged woman's voice sounded. Gao Junwei said in a trembling voice, "They've gone to Jianan village in the snowfield." On the other end of the line, a commanding voice sounded. "Now, go downstairs and wait for me." Chapter 223. There will be no more updates today. It's almost the Lunar New Year. Chapter 2 will be updated at 8 p.m. In the cold snowfield, the sky was dim. Han Jiangxue was dressed in snow camouflage, a white cotton hat, and a pair of dark blue goggles on her face. She stared at the robust figure in front of her. The figure wielded the giant steel blade with such vigor that it made her a little dazed for a moment. In the recent days of the Beijiang City League tournament, Jiang Shao had always been fighting in a team of 4, be it in the preliminary round or the semifinals. With the presence of Li Wei and Xia Yan, Jiang Zhao's combat skills had always been mediocre. Now, the two of them were fighting together. Han Jiangxue finally realized that Jiang Shao had grown to such an extent. Back then, he and second last had been fighting in the snowfield for more than a month. What exactly did he experience? The toxic healer who was once chased by the white ghouls had disappeared and was replaced by a majestic melee warrior who was skilled with the sword. Especially the half-toothed battle blade at his waist. From time to time, he would draw it out to fight at close range. Every time he used it, it would take away the life of a white ghoul. How did he integrate the short half-toothed battle blade and the huge blade into one and coexist harmoniously? At the mention of swordsmanship, Han Jiangxue was even more impressed with Jiang Shao. Judging from the swordsmanship that Jiang Shao had displayed so far, no one would doubt that he was a melee warrior. Han Jiangxue finally realized that he wasn't lying. When he said that he had mastered the Xia family swordsmanship, he was probably telling the truth. If it was just hand-to-hand combat, Han Jiangxue would be able to figure out some things since she had dabbled in it, after all. However, in terms of swordsmanship alone, Han Jiangxue couldn't tell what level Jiang Zhao's skills had reached. She just felt very comfortable. Yes, that was an appropriate adjective. Han Jiangxue felt that Jiang Shao looked very comfortable when he was fighting with the sword. There was nothing fancy about it, and every move he made was extremely functional. Occasionally, he would make others' eyes light up and exclaim at his exquisite skills and proficiency in swordsmanship. With the sound of wind and snow being torn apart, the giant steel sword landed heavily and beheaded a white ghoul. After the last white ghoul died, Jiang Shao finally strode towards the leader of the white ghouls, the white ghoul witch. The two of them were rather lucky as they had already encountered 2 white ghoul witches on the second day. Of course, that had something to do with the fact that they had chosen the most dangerous route in the southeast, as well as the speed of their journey. The further they went, the more creatures of other dimensions they would encounter. Under Han Jiangxue watchful eyes, Jiang Shao would definitely be able to obtain the star beads of the White Ghoul Witch. He would definitely absorb all the White Ghoul White Witch. At this moment, in his internal star map, his blessing and decoy had reached silver quality level 2, 8 out of 10. There was still a long way to go before he could upgrade blessing and decoy to gold quality. Jiang year 2. Of, Jiang Shao smiled and said. White and dragon go Fyang. You. Jiang Shao smiled embarrassedly. Confidence came from strength, and strength also came from confidence. The two complemented each other. Back then, under second last's lead, Jiang Shao had been here for a month. During this period of time, Jiang Shao had indeed built up a huge amount of confidence and also gained a good understanding of the environment, the characteristics of the creatures of other dimensions, and the combat characteristics. What kind of person is she? Han Jiangxue asked curiously. It was not easy to make Han Jiangxue, who was indifferent to worldly affairs, curious. After thinking about it, Jiang Shao put the giant sword on his back and pulled out the pitch-black, half-toothed battle sword from his waist. While harvesting the white ghoul star beads, he said, gluttonous, stubborn, clumsy, inarticulate, unsophisticated Han Jiangxue. Jiang Shao looked at Han Jiangxue's dumbfounded expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Strong, very strong, very strong. Han Jiangxue glanced at Jiang Shao coldly and said, she's your master, after all. It won't be good for her to hear that. Okay. Jiang Shao nodded nonchalantly. The two of them left the corpses on the ground and walked into the snowstorm again. After walking in the dense forest for a while, Han Jiangxue suddenly said, it's impossible for us to reach the holy ground. The periphery will be guarded by the guardians of the night. Jiang Shao answered, believe me, I know their formation better than you do. Han Jiangxue raised her eyebrows curiously and said, okay. Jiang Shao shrugged and said, when we were in Xindon Creek, she brought me. Jiang Shao stopped abruptly because a strong beam of light landed on his face. The intense white light was exceptionally dazzling under the dim sky. Following that, a rough man's voice came from the depths of the snowy forest. This is a restricted military area. You are forbidden to enter. Leave immediately or you will bear the consequences. Jiang Shao was also wearing protective goggles, but he had no choice but to squint under the strong light. He raised his hands high and yelled, hello, I'm looking for your teammate, second last. As soon as he said that, the strong light disappeared without a trace, leaving only the sound of the howling wind. Facing the empty snow forest, the two of them suddenly felt a little creepy. Jiang Shao took a step forward and the light shone on Jiang Zhao's face again. The rough male voice sounded again. Leave immediately or bear the consequences. Jiang Shao continued to raise his hands high and said, I'm looking for Luan Hongying. She used to be a light chaser and became a guardian of the night not long ago. She's on duty in this snowfield. There was still no response from the snow forest. Jiang Shao said carefully, I'm going to put down my right hand and pull out a half-toothed sword from the side of my right leg. It's second last's weapon. You can help me pass the weapon to her when you change shift. She'll know who I am. Before Jiang Shao finished speaking, he saw the strong beam of light drifting in another direction. What does that mean? That's the direction the Guardians of the Night are giving me. He has already verified his identity. What kind of method did he use? Jiang Shao asked. Over there, the strong beam of light continued to flash towards the snow forest on the right before disappearing. Jiang Shao walked towards the right side in bewilderment. He walked for more than 3 hours. Along the way, there were countless strong torches pointing the way for him. Amidst the snow, Jiang Shao had already figured it out. The group of people were conscientious guardians of the night who would only stand guard and patrol. They probably wouldn't bother about the trivial matters of others. After Jiang Shao expressed his intentions, almost all the guardians of the night on the line of defense in the snow forest pointed out the way for him. What does that mean? Someone is helping Jiang Shao. Who is it? Is it second last? Second last had already predicted that Jiang Shao would come back to look for her. In the snow forest, Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue stuck close to the invisible line of defense and trekked for more than 3 hours. Finally, they arrived at a defensive point where there were no more directions. The guardian of the night there shone a strong light on Jiang Zhao's goggles and said in a hoarse and menacing voice, "Forbidden zone, leave." Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. It's obviously second last. She's not the kind of person who has bad interests. If she was the one who arranged it, she should have found out from her teammates that Jiang Shao had rushed over. So, she wasn't the one who arranged it. In that case, there was no doubt that the person who helped Jiang Shao was of a high position. At the very least, he could get all the guardians of the night to help him guide the way. Jiang Shao said, "You've made it hard for me to find you." There was no response from the snow forest. Jiang Shao smiled at Han Jiangxue and strode forward. Whoosh! The strong flashlight shone on Jiang Zhao's face, and he said in a low, hoarse voice that was devoid of any human emotions, "Forbidden zone, leave." Wow, second last, you don't even recognize me anymore. What happened? Jiang Shao yelled at the snow forest in the distance. From the beginning to the end, he didn't see the tall and familiar figure at all. The light from the flashlight seemed to have been emitted by a ghost. A few seconds later, the familiar hoarse voice sounded in the forest, which finally contained a tinge of human emotions and stubbornness. "Forbidden zone, leave." Jiang Shao walked forward step by step and finally saw the dark figure leaning against the tree in the distance. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Second last, you don't want me anymore?" The pitch-black figure lowered his head and silently hid behind the tree. This time, there were only 2 simple words, stubborn and stiff, leave. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn, and the howling wind was accompanied by the sounds of wailing and howling, making one feel a little chilled to the core. Han Jiangxue stared at Jiang Zhao's back quietly. She had no idea what happened between the master and disciple, but she just hoped that Jiang Shao wouldn't be sad because of it. After a while, Jiang Shao slowly turned around and left. In the snow forest, the dark figure tilted her head slightly and saw the figure that was gradually leaving. There was a trace of loneliness in her long and narrow eyes. She then straightened her body and leaned against the tree before slowly closing her eyes and sighing softly. At the next moment, the large figure that was leaning against the tree suddenly opened her eyes and sniffed a few times. Sniff in the distance, Jiang Shao took out the military backpack from Han Jiangxue's Sky Smasher and took out a meal box filled with grilled codfish, as well as 2 palm-sized stainless steel wine pot. The most abominable thing was that he opened the lid of one of the wine pots. It was a silent battle that ended with the tall figure appearing from behind the tree after more than 10 seconds. "Little guy, I can't deal with you." Jiang Shao closed the lid of the small wine pot and held it with his left hand and left arm, freeing his right hand to wave at the figure in the distance happily. As the figure slowly walked out of the snow forest, she said in a hoarse voice with a tinge of stubbornness, "Didn't I tell you to leave?" However, Jiang Shao seemed to have not heard her at all. He stared at her pale face and asked, "Have you been wronged?" The large figure trembled slightly and didn't say another word. These words seemed to be very familiar. Chapter 224. Jiang Shao carefully walked over with the box of grilled codfish, just like a zookeeper who was feeding tigers and leopards in the zoo. His expression and actions seemed to be self-taught. After grabbing a box from the expressionless second last, Jiang Shao felt more at ease. In the distance, Han Jiangxue looked at the strange couple curiously. She saw second last sitting in the snow and wolfing down her food. She also saw Jiang Shao hesitating to touch her head even though he didn't dare to. A clean fish skeleton was thrown onto the ground, and Jiang Shao finally touched second last's head. Her ponytail was still tied low, and her hair was rather fluffy. Such a state clearly had a trace of languid temperament, but it was somewhat destroyed by her pitch-black and solemn coat, leaving behind an indescribable valiant and heroic bearing. Second last was slightly stunned, but she was still pinching the codfish with her slender fingers. She tilted her head and took a bite, ignoring the strong wind and snow. She said in a muffled voice, "You're tired of living." Jiang Shao was speechless. "I just wanted to try it out. It's rare for you to be so obedient while sitting on the ground." Jiang Shao hurriedly retracted his hand and asked, "What happened?" Second last shook her head and didn't respond while eating the codfish quietly. Jiang Shao asked helplessly, "If I didn't come to look for you, were you going to do this? You didn't even send me any messages. Are you going to abandon me just like that?" Second last glanced at Jiang Shao gently and repeated what she said just now. "You're tired of living." Jiang Shao scratched his head and thought, "It's the Lunar New Year. Why do you keep saying that I'm tired of living? Can't you say something nice?" Second last ate the second codfish with satisfaction and seemed to be in a good mood. She explained, "It's just a normal job transfer." Pfft. Jiang Shao humphed in disdain and said, "Come on, who are you trying to fool? You're training me and looking for star beads for me. You even said that you want to be involved in every step of my future. You're not just saying that. You've put in a lot of effort. Why did you suddenly give up? You're doing well in the light-chasing team. Why do you suddenly want to join the Guardians of the Night?" Second last said calmly, "I want to." Jiang Shao said, "Hai Tianqing told me that the Guardians of the Night have no freedom and can't take in apprentices." Second last humphed and said in a hoarse voice, "I won't bring it then." Jiang Shao said in a coaxing tone, Okay. Let's not take any apprentices." Second last was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "So, this is the end of our fate, huh?" Second last said, "Okay." Jiang Shao asked indignantly, "From now on, I'll go to school and you'll continue your military life? I'll walk my sunny path, and you'll walk your dark alley?" Second last glanced at Jiang Shao and said in a hoarse voice, "Didn't you say that you don't want me to pester you?" Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "I'm just a little puzzled. You're not the kind of person who gives up easily." Second last paused slightly and threw the third fish skeleton onto the ground without responding. "Okay then, don't force it," Jiang Shao said as he took out 2 palm-sized stainless steel wine bottles from his pocket. Due to the fact that second last was sitting on the ground, Jiang Shao took 2 steps forward and knelt down before reaching his hand into her black coat. The black woolen cloak was like a costume from a costume drama. Although it was beautiful, it didn't even have a pocket. Feeling helpless, Jiang Shao lifted her coat and stuffed the 2 small bottles of wine into her military uniform. While stuffing them in, he muttered, "I know you guys should be disciplined, but it's almost the Lunar New Year. When you're homesick, find a quiet place to have a sip. I specially went to Auntie Yu's place to get some for you. You'll know after you drink it." Second last looked down at Jiang Zhao's actions and listened to his muttering. She couldn't help but reach out and press her hand on his head. Jiang Shao tilted his head and said, "Don't you know that your hands are full of oil now?" Second last was speechless. All of a sudden, she had an urge to beat Jiang Shao to death. Those who have seen the ocean cannot be compared to water. From now on, you're just a passerby. We're willing to be lovebirds in heaven, but when disaster strikes, we'll go our separate ways. Jiang Shao cupped his fists and stood up before retreating. The mountains will never change, and the rivers will always flow. We'll meet again. Jiang Shao walked away in a domineering and stylish manner. To his surprise, as soon as he reached Han Jiangshue's side, he heard her say, "Go back and do a few sets of ancient poetry training papers. Remember our agreement." Second last's hoarse voice suddenly sounded behind him. Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows and turned around. "What agreement?" Second last said. "You've forgotten." Jiang Shao was speechless. Second last said, "I've taken a fancy to a star pet. After you graduate, accompany me." Jiang Shao blinked and thought, Didn't we agree to go our separate ways? Why have you changed your mind? Ha, woman! Your name is fickle. Jiang Shao hesitated for a moment and said, Your current profession. Second last waved her hand casually and said, That's for me to consider. Second last then turned around and strode away, after which her massive figure disappeared into the snowstorm, leaving only a pile of fish bones on the ground. Let's go. After a long time, Han Jiangxue spoke up, only to discover that Jiang Shao had a sullen expression and was no longer joking like before. Han Jiangxue asked curiously, What's the matter? Jiang Shao shook his head and said, Obviously, she doesn't want to leave the light-chasing team and become a guardian of the night again. She's an extremely stubborn person. I hope she won't have too much of a disagreement with this team. Han Jiangxue nodded thoughtfully and held Jiang Zhao's arm before turning around to leave. In this world, everyone had their own story. For example, when the two of them visited Second Last, who had mysteriously lost contact with them, they tried to reconfirm, save. Second Last still didn't abandon Jiang Shao. Their mission was considered to have been successfully completed. Wouldn't it be wonderful to kill some white ghoul witches on the way back? No. The heavens were not on their side. According to Earth time, at around 12 p.m. that night, the siblings slaughtered the two white ghouls who were lovey-dovey and occupied the nest of the white ghouls. They then lit a fire in the natural cave and prepared to boil water for dinner. Two uninvited guests came to pay a visit. A woman in snow camouflage walked into the cave with the wind and snow on her back. The siblings looked wary and didn't speak right away. After all, they were in the snowfield and they couldn't afford to harm others, but they had to be wary of others. The unfamiliar female martial artist had a great figure and was voluptuous. Even the military uniform couldn't hide her sexy and alluring figure. However, when Jiang Shao saw the female martial artist remove her goggles, he froze on the spot. That woman looks a little familiar. Isn't she the woman who slapped Gao Junwei? Is she Gao Junwei's mother? All of a sudden, Jiang Shao felt like he was drenched in cold water. The woman stood in front of the natural cave and looked at Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue, who were boiling water with a smile on her face. As if she had returned to her own home, she removed her goggles and cotton hat. She even took off her coat and walked in. She then stood in front of the bonfire and shook the snow off her clothes. Jiang Shao felt that something was amiss, but he dared not act rashly. This was a desolate snowfield. Although there was a guardian team here, most of the time they couldn't take care of everyone. Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue shot a glance at each other and stood up. However, they heard the middle-aged woman's voice. Did I allow you to move? Oh no! There's a flare gun in your bag, right? Hand it over, the woman ordered domineeringly as she stretched her hand out to warm herself. Han Jiangxue frowned, and just when she was feeling confused, another person entered the cave. Gao Junwei? Chapter 225. Please look at my profile picture. MG Alliance Master added 9/10. Asterisk 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 Han Jiangxue from the Han family of Wasteland Reclaimers. The woman stood in front of the bonfire and looked down at the dancing flames as she said, I've seen your parents before. Back then, you weren't even born yet. Jiang Shao frowned and looked at the unfamiliar woman, feeling a little ominous. To be precise, Jiang Shao had already prepared for the worst. If this woman wanted to seek justice for her son, there was no need for her to come to a training ground like the snowfield. If they were on Earth, Jiang Shao would feel much safer. However, she chose to solve the problem here. What should I do? Jiang Shao was secretly anxious, but he dared not act rashly. He didn't know how powerful this woman was. While Jiang Shao was secretly making plans, Gao Junwei had received his mother's orders and snatched the military backpack from the ground before sending it back to his mother. The middle-aged woman casually flipped through it, only to see that it was filled with military rations, tools, and other necessities. Although it wasn't anything particularly precious, Han Jiangshua's face turned sullen when she saw that they were snatching and rummaging through the backpack. Han Jiangshua suppressed her anger and stared at the mother and son who barged in arrogantly. She asked, "What do you want?" "What do I want?" The middle-aged woman sneered and took out the signal flare from the military backpack before throwing it on the ground. At the next moment, she stepped on it with her heavy military boots. Kacha! The signal flare was immediately crushed into pieces. The woman's actions made Jiang Zhao's heart sink to the bottom. Don't harbor any unrealistic fantasies. Her actions had already made her intentions clear. There was no need for her to do that. She had forcefully entered the place and restricted the freedom of the siblings. She had already gained control of the situation. Is she not confident in herself? Is she afraid that the siblings will escape? Is she going to use the signal flare to ask for help? Jiang Shao didn't think so. What's her purpose in doing that? Jiang Shao looked at Gao Junwei, who was usually arrogant and domineering, but he was surprisingly quiet beside his mother today. When he saw the signal flare being crushed by his mother, Gao Junwei looked a little excited. "Do you still think you're the protagonist?" The middle-aged woman stared at Han Jiangshua coldly and said, "Shut up and obey my orders. Don't make me repeat myself." Han Jiangshua yelled, "You!" Bang! A bolt of lightning suddenly emerged from the woman's hand and struck Han Jiangshua's body at an extremely fast speed. With a loud bang and the sound of electric currents flowing, Han Jiangshua's body was blasted away and slammed into the stone wall inside the cave. Jiang Shao was shocked and hurriedly gave his blessing. The middle-aged woman's body suddenly tilted to one side, and the holy pillar of light fell beside her. Almost at the same time, several bolts of lightning shot out from her hands and struck Jiang Zhao's body. "Shao, Shrimpy!" Han Jiangshua lay on the ground softly and her entire body was numb. She stuttered and was clearly enduring the pain. "I told you to listen to orders, do you understand?" the middle-aged woman said with a sneer, while staring at the shivering Han Jiangshua. Gao Junwei's eyes flashed with a ferocious glint. He felt extremely comfortable. The middle-aged woman turned to look at Gao Junwei and said with a hint of mockery, "Is this the person you're afraid of?" Gao Junwei was initially feeling extremely comfortable, but when he heard her words, his face slowly turned red and he stammered, She, what about her? She's just a piece of trash under my feet. What about you, Gao Junwei? I raised you and gave you everything you wanted just to make you kneel and tremble at the feet of other star warriors?" Gao Junwei's face turned red from being reprimanded. His face was so red that it looked like it was about to bleed. "It's fine if you can't beat them. If you can't beat them, go back and train hard. Train for a year or 10 years until you can beat them. But why are you afraid?" The middle-aged woman got angrier and angrier as she spoke. She actually reached out to slap Gao Junwei again. Slap! The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the empty cave. "Sky Smasher, come out!" That sentence was directed at Han Jiangshua. Han Jiangshua's body trembled, and she was severely injured by the lightning attack. Not only was there blood flowing from her mouth, but her body was also charred. Thunderbolt-type star techniques were considered top-notch among the various attributes of Rules Awaken. Besides, Han Jiangshua's star power was abundant and her output was extremely strong. What realm is she in? What exactly is this star technique? Sky Smasher. Can't you hear me? Seems like you don't know the situation you're in now. The woman's fingertips were surrounded by lightning. Huff! In an instant, the woman tilted her body abruptly as if she had eyes at the back of her head. Another beam of light landed beside her. Behind her, Jiang Shao, who was lying limply on the ground, was indeed a little powerless. With a mocking expression, the woman threw the violent electric current towards Jiang Shao. All of a sudden, the buzzing sound of the electric current disappeared without a trace. Everyone in the cave felt that something was amiss. The star power in his body seemed to be disobedient, and there seemed to be a barrier between the star power and his body. Not only could he not mobilize it smoothly, but he also felt that he couldn't feel the star power. Gold quality star technique * sound of silence. Jiang Shao tried his best to seal the star power of everyone in the cave and forbade them from using their star techniques. However, he still couldn't stop her from releasing the electric current in her palm. It was too fast. Before her star power was restrained, the electric current had already struck Jiang Zhao's body. Sound of Silence was a one-time release star technique that did not have a specific duration of silence. The effect was determined by the amount of star power used by the user. This star technique required a large amount of star power to create a silent area. If one wanted to extend the duration of the silent area, the user would have to put in a lot of effort. In other words, the star power reserve was the most important. The middle-aged woman was a little surprised and seemed to have discovered something interesting. She mobilized her star power, only to feel suffocated, and the abundant star power in her body seemed to be disobeying her commands. Half of the star power had their own ideas and wandered around. The other half simply stayed put and did not move no matter how many times you called them. Silence? I didn't expect a bastard like you to be so lucky, the middle-aged woman said as she strode towards Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao felt numb all over and his limbs were not listening to him. The woman's casual use of the lightning just now made Jiang Shao realize the difference between them. The rules awakened was simply too terrifying. Don't you only have 9 star slots? Little bastard? The middle-aged woman could not use her star technique, but she kicked Jiang Shao out of the cave with all her might. Bring her out, the middle-aged woman ordered Gao Junwei as she strode out. Gao Junwei had no choice but to obey her orders and run into the cave. He then grabbed Han Jiangxue by the collar and dragged her out. When he walked out of the cave and entered the world of ice and snow, he saw his mother kicking Jiang Shao in the stomach. You're just a piece of trash with 9 star slots. How dare you resist? She seemed to be very displeased with Jiang Zhao's efforts to retaliate with blessing and kicked him like a shrimp. Looking at Jiang Zhao's pained expression, the middle-aged woman humphed and turned to look at Han Jiangxue. I told you to activate your Sky Smasher. Don't you understand? Han Jiangxue bit her lip hard, causing blood to flow out. She did not dare to activate her Sky Smasher because she could tell that the woman was ruthless and vicious. She might even throw Han Jiangxue and Jiang Shao into the Sky Smasher to destroy their corpses. However, the problem was that even if Han Jiangxue did not activate her Sky Smasher, the woman would still kill them there. Either way, it was a matter of time. Jiang Shao suddenly chuckled, causing everyone to be stunned. Jiang Zhao's clothes were tattered and he had been electrocuted all over. His body was badly mutilated and his face was covered in blood. He stammered, a piece of trash with 9 star slots tortured your son twice. He didn't even get angry at all. The middle-aged woman raised her eyebrows and her sarcastic expression finally turned into one of exasperation. She kicked Jiang Shao in the stomach and said, "What did you say? Can you say that again?" Compared to her lightning, her kicks were just physical attacks that wouldn't kill him for the time being. Stop kicking. I'm activating my Sky Smasher. Come at me. Han Jiangxue's expression suddenly changed and she frantically activated her Sky Smasher. You're here for me, come at me. As the layers of overlapping space appeared, Gao Junwei's body couldn't help but shiver. The middle-aged woman turned around and glared at Gao Junwei furiously. She hollered, "Is this what you're afraid of? Is this what you mean by trauma? Take out the sword." Gao Junwei swallowed his saliva and his movements stiffened. "Let you take sword." The middle-aged woman squeezed those words out of her mouth. Gao Junwei slowly pulled out the Tang sword from his waist. In front of him was the severely injured Han Jiangxue, and beside him was his lingering nightmare, Sky Smasher. The layers of overlapping space seemed to have brought back those painful memories, causing a layer of fine sweat to appear on his forehead, and his movements were also incomparably stiff. "Kill," the middle-aged woman said. "Kill? Kill?" Gao Junwei was shocked and he thought, does mother want me to kill Han Jiangxu right in front of Sky Smasher? Is this the right way of psychological counseling? Hee hee. Another burst of soft laughter sounded, almost drowned out by the howling wind and snow. The middle-aged woman frowned and lowered her head to look at Jiang Shao, only to hear the extremely sarcastic words. "Don't save her. You're useless. It's said that the son of a rat knows how to dig holes. Don't you know what you're like? You say, what is it?" The woman was instantly enraged and her body trembled in anger. "An ant that I'm stepping on actually dares to mock me? That's what I can't tolerate. Is he sick? Is he asking for a beating? Is he really courting death? Shut up, little bastard." The middle-aged woman kicked Jiang Shao fiercely. "You piece of trash, did I allow you to speak? Piece of trash. Ugh." The woman's body suddenly reacted naturally, and she felt dizzy while her stomach churned. She couldn't suppress it at all. She couldn't help but bend over and vomit continuously on the snow. Gold quality star technique, enmity. "I Jiang Shao am toxic. My blessing can't control you. My attacks can't hurt you. But can you feel my enmity?" In fact, long after Jiang Shao recognized the reality, he had already used his remaining star power to continue activating enmity. Unlike in Yu who faced Xia Yan, Jiang Zhao's enmity was stronger, more powerful, and there was no way out. "Since there's no way out, I can only let you hit me. However, will I let you hit me for nothing? I'll make you pay the price. You'll have to pay the price with your life." Almost at the instant that the woman bent over and vomited, Jiang Shao propped his upper body up and pushed the middle-aged woman. Gold quality star technique, green glow. Whoosh. The woman who was vomiting non-stop was flipped over and plunged into Sky Smasher. Stunned, Han Jiangxue hurriedly put away her Sky Smasher. In the distance, Jiang Shao lay on the ground that had been dyed red and slowly got up. Puke. Jiang Shao tilted his head and spat out a mouthful of blood before wiping the blood at the corner of his mouth. "I'm a piece of trash. Ha, trash killed you." Chapter 226. Gao Junwei froze on the spot. It couldn't be helped. The battle between the siblings was really unexpected, and they were extremely well coordinated. In a short moment, his mother had already disappeared from this world. It was just like Gao Junwei who suddenly disappeared during the semi-finals of the Provincial League. Unfortunately, at that time, Gao Junwei disappeared and there were nearly 10,000 people around him, including countless viewers who were watching from behind their televisions. In this world of ice and snow, it was a barren wasteland. There was not a single person in the surroundings. Thinking about it, Gao Junwei's mother probably chose to make a move here because she had her eyes on this. There was a principle that had never changed. If one wanted to hurt others, one had to be prepared to be hurt. The world would never change according to one's will. Otherwise, according to Gao Junwei's mother, Gao Junwei's mental illness would have been cured, and he would have broken through the mental barrier. Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue would have been dismembered by her son and thrown into the wilderness. Otherwise, according to Gao Junwei, his mother would have been released by Han Jiangxue. Yes. Gao Junwei was extremely shocked. He had never expected such a thing to happen. His mother, who was at the peak of the galaxy stage, actually died just like that? No, she's not dead yet. She was just thrown into the Sky Smasher. Everything can still be saved. I have to save her. Gao Junwei gripped the Tang sword tightly and picked up the severely injured Han Jiangxue. He then placed the Tang sword on her neck and yelled, "Activate the Sky Smasher! Activate the Sky Smasher!" Let her out. Han Jiangxue was expressionless and her gaze was icy cold. Blood flowed down her thin lips, and she did not react to the Tang's sword on her neck at all, as if she did not feel threatened at all. Hey! Jiang Zhao's voice sounded from afar. Gao Junwei looked up anxiously, only to see Jiang Zhao standing up shakily. Put the sword down. If she dies, your mother really won't be able to come out. Gao Junwei's hand that was holding the Tang's sword trembled slightly, and he was extremely agitated. The sharp Tang sword left traces of blood on Han Jiangshue's neck and he yelled, "Activate the Sky Smasher! Hurry! Let her out!" However, Han Jiangxue turned a deaf ear to all of this. In her opinion, she wouldn't activate Sky Smasher even if she died. Yes, if he were to die, Gao Junwei's mother would be trapped in that space forever and would never be able to hurt him again. Do you King not understand what I'm saying? I'll let you use Sky Smasher. Gao Junwei hollered anxiously and suddenly lowered his arm, slashing Han Jiangshue's thigh. CK. A large bloody wound immediately appeared, but Han Jiangxue gritted her teeth and refused to make a sound. Whoosh! A beam of light suddenly descended and enveloped Gao Junwei and Han Jiangxue. As mentioned previously, in the nebula stage where physical fitness was relatively low, it would be difficult to rely solely on one's reflexes to avoid instantaneous star technique. It would be best to predict in advance. Due to the limitations of using star techniques, Jiang Zhao could not release blessing without moving his body at all. It was just like when Han Jiangxue used Barren Wind. She didn't do it because she wanted to conform to the trend and explain to the public that she was using a star technique. That was her accompanying movement when she used Barren Wind. Can't the instantaneous star techniques be dodged? Of course, Gao Junwei's mother could, and so could the bald guy who tried to kill Jiang Zhao in the arsenal. They either had unique skills and could sense everything around them as if they had eyes at the back of their heads, or they were focused on Jiang Zhao's casting movement. At this moment, Gao Junwei was clearly not one of them. He was completely flustered. The domineering mother in his heart was suddenly thrown into Sky Smasher, and her life and death were in the hands of others. This scene was completely out of his expectations. Faced with such a huge psychological gap, Gao Junwei really panicked. On the battlefield, panicking meant giving others a chance. Ever since the blade left Han Jiangshue's neck and moved towards her thigh, Jiang Zhao's blessing had been ready to be unleashed. A cold ray of light appeared first, followed by a spear. The blessing arrived first, after which Jiang Zhao scurried over. Jiang Zhao was not acting cute. If possible, he also wanted to stride towards the enemy menacingly. However, he was indeed severely injured at this moment. Jiang Zhao's star power was almost depleted too. In the process of rushing forward, a thick black ray of light darted out and connected to Gao Junwei's body. It was also an advanced gold-quality star technique, countercurrent light. Jiang Zhao, who was severely injured and had almost depleted his star power, indeed had nothing to lose. Just now Gao Junwei seemed to have gone crazy and thought that the sky had collapsed. He thought that he had already lost the most important thing and had nothing to lose. However, it turned out that he had more to lose than his mother. For example, his life and star power. Han Jiangxue couldn't be said to have the ability to resist blessings, but after being in contact with Jiang Zhao's silver quality blessing for a long time, she was indeed able to react faster. She pushed Gao Junwei away with all her might and fell into the snow. Jiang Zhao's figure followed closely behind. Dong! Gao Junwei's body slid backwards. He bent his legs and slid 8 to 9 meters away in the snow. Holding the Tang saber in his hand, he broke out in a cold sweat. His throat was almost pierced by the half-toothed blade. Jiang Zhao secretly felt that it was a pity. The dark countercurrent light between the two of them was instantly lengthened. You! Gao Junwei stared at the countercurrent light in shock and waved his tang sword continuously, but he couldn't cut the detestable ray of light at all. The rapid loss of star power in his body made Gao Junwei terrified and miserable. Jiang Shao squatted on the ground and pressed his hand on Han Jiangshue's shoulder before putting the imprint on her. The silver-quality imprint indeed required physical contact in order to leave a mark on the target's body. He wondered if the gold-quality imprint would have any new changes. Sensing that the star power in his body was increasing and the wounds on his body were healing continuously, Jiang Shao could be considered to have gotten through the most difficult period. 1, 2, 3 bells were thrown out, and the crisp and melodious sounds of the bells filled the snow. The leaping medical light shuttled back and forth on the siblings, quickly healing their bodies. Gao Junwei's throat moved. He knew that the longer it dragged on, the more hopeless it would be. On one hand, it was his mother who was in the Sky Smasher. Gao Junwei had personally experienced the Sky Smasher and hence, he knew very well what it felt like to be in it. He knew that his mother would suffocate and the longer it took, the more she would die. On the other hand, it was the medical awakened on the battlefield. Even though Han Jiangxue and Jiang Shao were badly beaten up by their mother and severely injured, the siblings had already recovered after a few rounds. That was the truly terrifying thing about medical awakened. Besides, Jiang Shao wasn't even a proper healer. He was practically a toxic healer. Not only did he poison Gao Junwei's mother to death, but he was also absorbing Gao Junwei's vitality and star power. Although the countercurrent light was the so-called sharing of vitality and star power, Gao Junwei, who was full of energy and star power, and Jiang Shao, who was severely injured and had almost depleted his star power, without a doubt, Gao Junwei's star power and vitality were surging into Jiang Zhao's body. How is this the sharing of vitality and star power? It's simply the absorption of vitality and star power. In the blink of an eye, Gao Junwei did not have the capital to wait or hesitate. He had to either fight or flee. Gao Junwei didn't think that he could escape because he was too clear about Han Jiangshue's abilities. If he were to turn around and run now, Jiang Zhao's blessing would probably kill him. Hence, he had to focus all his attention on Jiang Shao and avoid the blessing in advance. If only the flare gun hadn't been crushed by my mother, Gao Junwei thought. Why don't I use Roar of Fear? It's a surprise. Fight or flee, it depends on the situation. Gao Junwei opened his mouth and was about to shout. However, Jiang Zhao's words made Gao Junwei swallow his roar. Shut your mouth. Jiang Shao threw out a sound of silence, and the star power that he had just regained was depleted again. One had to use their brains to fight. The more critical and life-threatening it was, the calmer one had to be. Jiang Shao had been paying close attention to Gao Junwei, who looked like he was crying for his parents to die. As the situation became more and more disadvantageous to him, his expression became increasingly sullen. Why did his eyes suddenly light up? Gao Junwei clearly had a plan in mind. What plan? I don't care what your plan is, it can't happen to me. A battle between the awakened would most likely involve star technique. You want to turn the tables? Do you think I'll give you a chance? I'm here to turn the tables. Even an eagle has to go all out to catch a rabbit. I understand that logic. But the person who doesn't has already entered little Jiangshue's Sky Smasher. Gao Junwei's roar, which should have been loud and clear, was forcibly swallowed back into his stomach. His expression was extremely unsightly as he trembled and let out a hissing sound. His face was so red that it looked like it was about to drip blood. At the same time, Jiang Shao felt that his right hand was being grabbed. Beside him, Han Jiangxue, who was bathed in blessing and bell, grabbed Jiang Zhao's arm and stood up shakily. She stared at Gao Junwei coldly. Chapter 227. Gao Junwei was punished by silence of silence, and swallowed the roar of fear in his mouth. His face was extremely sullen, and he moaned while shivering. His face was so red that it seemed like it was about to bleed. Jiang Shao seemed to have seen what Silence of Silence would look like after its quality was upgraded. If he seized the opportunity and interrupted the other party's spell-casting process, wouldn't it cause the caster to suffer a backlash? Jiang Shao seemed to have already seen the prototype of that. At the same time, Han Jiangxue grabbed his arm and stood up. Jiang Shao was overjoyed and turned to look at her, only to feel like he had fallen into an ice cave. Yes. Even though Jiang Shao was already in a world of ice and snow. Even though Han Jiangxue was staring at Gao Junwei in the distance. At this moment, Jiang Shao felt like he had fallen into an ice cave that was even colder. He saw another side of Han Jiangxue, which was a strong murderous intent. Her temperament had always been cold, and she usually treated everything with indifference. When facing Jiang Shao, she behaved more warmly and in a more colorful manner. However, regardless of which side she was on, Jiang Shao had never seen her really have a murderous intent. If he had to put it in perspective, Han Jiangxue did have a murderous intent when they were fighting against the mercenaries who invaded the snowfield. However, at that time, she could only say that she had a proper attitude when killing the enemy and did not have such a strong personal hatred. Han Jiangxue blew Gao Junwei into the air with a wave of barren wind. She stretched her right hand forward and controlled the direction of the wind while walking forward. Don't go forward. I've used Silence of Silence over there. All star techniques are prohibited, Jiang Shao said. Those who stood outside could cast their star techniques towards those in the domain of Silence. However, if they stood in the domain of Silence, all their star power would be sealed. Han Jiangxue stopped in her tracks and swung her left hand downwards, after which a golden flame torch whip darted out of her hand and coiled around her feet, burning the white snow. As she waved the long whip, the golden flame torch whip opened its fangs and bit Gao Junwei viciously like a venomous snake. Gao Junwei, who was spinning, felt waves of dizziness. Coupled with the fact that he had been forcefully interrupted by silent disaster, blood had accumulated in his chest and the astral powers in his body were in a mess. For a moment, he was unable to put up any effective resistance. In the next moment, the golden flame torch whip wrapped itself around Gao Junwei's body. Not only did it burn his body, but it also dragged him down. Yes, Han Jiangxue actually dragged him towards the ground and towards herself. It was a very unwise choice for a mage to drag a melee fighter who had nowhere to display his abilities to his side. Just as Jiang Shao tried to stop her, Han Jiangxue's right hand emitted raging flames. The violent flames seemed to be able to incinerate everything in the world. The golden flame torch pillar was thick and large, incomparably ferocious. Han Jiangxue pulled him towards her with the flame torch whip in her left hand and blasted the flame torch pillar in her right hand. In an instant, Gao Junwei's figure disappeared into the golden flame torch pillar. Jiang Shao was still racking his brains for a way to subdue Gao Junwei, but Han Jiangxue managed to do it effortlessly. The howling wind was like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves, sending chills down one's spine. In the flame torch pillar, the miserable shrieks of the person being burned were even more spine-chilling. When the corpse was dragged to their feet by the flame torch whip and the flame torch pillar was destroyed, Gao Junwei had already turned into a charred corpse. Jiang Shao had never thought that things would develop to this point. People were always forced to accept a lot of things that they were unwilling to accept, such as the fact that his former opponent had already died. Everyone had their own thoughts and goals. Regardless of how bad the conflict between Gao Junwei and Li Wei was, it had nothing to do with life and death for Han Jiangxue. She and Xia Yan chose Li Wei, who was kinder and kinder, as their teammate and kicked Gao Junwei out of the team. She was neither a saint nor a relative, so she couldn't possibly pay for the actions of others. Later on, the conflict between the team and Gao Junwei got out of hand, and they also clashed several times during the competition. However, up until today, Han Jiangxue had never thought of killing Gao Junwei. She had never treated Gao Junwei as an enemy either. As an awakened in year 3 of high school, Han Jiangxue's concept of confrontation was more about winning or losing. Today, Gao Junwei's mother gave Han Jiangxue a very vivid lesson. Victory and defeat? You hurt my son, so I'm going to kill you. I can do whatever I want as long as I'm capable. You can die for the sake of my son's growth. Bring Jiang Xiaopi along too. So what if I kill your entire family? Jiang Xiao looked at Han Jiangxue's silent figure and the charred corpse at her feet before walking towards her. He stretched out his hand, but it froze in midair. After hesitating for a moment, he gently patted Han Jiangxue's shoulder and asked, "Are you all right?" Han Jiangxue slowly turned around and looked at Jiang Xiao quietly. She suddenly took a step forward and hugged him tightly. Due to inertia, Jiang Xiao took a step back. It must be very painful. Han Jiangxue wrapped her arms around Jiang Xiao's neck forcefully, but her voice was very soft and heart-wrenching. "I'm sorry, I didn't protect you well enough." Jiang Xiao was at a loss for words. In fact, he felt exactly the same as Han Jiangxue. He also felt that he didn't protect her well enough and caused her to go through such pain and torture just now. She was just an 18-year-old girl who shouldn't have to go through all that. Jiang Xiao gently rubbed Han Jiangxue's back. In the snow, her body was cold and only her actions could bring some warmth to her heart. After waiting for a while for her to calm down a little, Jiang Xiao suggested, "Let's go into the cave. It's too cold outside. We have to talk." "Okay." Han Jiangxue nodded gently and finally let go of Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao grabbed the charred corpse and dragged it towards the cave. They had killed people before. They had also destroyed corpses and destroyed evidence before. After all, this was not a normal world and the two of them were not ordinary people. But then again, if possible, who would want to be so bitter and vengeful? Jiang Xiao dragged the corpse back to the cave, where the water on the bonfire had already boiled and was bubbling. On the ground, the shattered signal flare seemed to be helping the two of them recall everything that happened just now. Jiang Xiao turned around to look at Han Jiangxue, who had just walked in, and said, "Remember, we were just defending ourselves. We had no choice. This mother and son didn't give us the right to choose." At times like this, he had to make things clear. Han Jiangxue walked in and stood in front of the bonfire. She looked down at the charred corpse and said, "In fact, I did, and I've already made my choice." Jiang Xiao was speechless. "I can't release the woman in the space because we will be killed by her. I really had no choice." Han Jiangxue gestured at the charred corpse in the distance and said, "However, I had a choice and I killed him with my own hands." Jiang Xiao scratched his head and was at a loss for words. "Oh my goodness! That's amazing." Jiang Xiao thought about it and said, "We currently have 3 choices." Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Xiao with a solemn expression. 1. Destroy the corpse and get rid of the evidence. The snowfield can cover up all the evidence, and we haven't been seen by anyone. Jiang Xiao tried to calm down, think hard, and analyze. However, the two of them can control our movements. Clearly, they have spies, and we don't know if anyone else knows that they came to find trouble with us. Since the two of them have gone missing in the snowfield, even if there's no evidence, someone will still suspect us. By then, we will inevitably be in a lot of trouble. Han Jiangxue nodded, seemingly deep in thought. 2. Out of the few relationships we have, do you think Xia Shanhai will be willing to help us? Is he willing to get involved in this mess? Even if he is, does he have the ability to cover it up or solve it? Han Jiangxue frowned and declined to comment. 3. Jiang Xiao took a deep breath and said, "Let's pack up and go back to where we came from to look for second last." After weighing the pros and cons of the 3 options, Han Jiangxue remained silent for a long time, but deep down, she trusted Xia Shanhai more. After all, Xia Shanhai had a close relationship with her parents, and she didn't know second last well. However, Han Jiangxue didn't make a decision and instead asked, "What do you think we should do?" This is the snowfield, and second last has a unique identity as a guardian of the night. Second last and I have been through life and death together. Jiang Shao thought about it and continued, "Second last and I have been through thick and thin together." Han Jiangxue said softly, "Do you think she can help us and is willing to help us?" Jiang Shao pondered for a while and said, "Why don't you wait here for me? I'll go out and buy her a few grilled codfish." Han Jiangxue was speechless. Chapter 228. Added 10/4. Please look at my profile picture. Leapfrogging, skill point +5. Skill points. 41. The information in the internal star map made Jiang Shao snap back to his senses and he wondered, the woman in the Sky Smasher is dead? Unfortunately, Jiang Shao was already in the nebula stage. If he were still in the stardust stage, Gao Junwei would probably give him a skill point for leapfrogging. What do you mean? Jiang Shao asked as he looked at Han Jiangxue, who was deep in thought. Han Jiangxue pondered for a while before saying, "If you think you can trust her, go and look for second last. Be prepared for the worst." Jiang Shao nodded and quickly packed his things. He then said, "Open the Sky Smasher and throw the corpse in too." Han Jiangxue hesitated for a moment and said, "Let's wait a little longer." It was a matter of life and death, so they couldn't be too careful. Jiang Shao had the internal star map, which indirectly proved that the woman was already dead, but Han Jiangxue didn't. Jiang Shao didn't say anything. The two of them tidied up the cave and burned everything that could be burned before throwing Gao Junwei's corpse into the Sky Smasher. After walking out of the cave, Han Jiangxue set a fire inside again. The two of them trudged through the snowfield. This feeling was truly wonderful. Han Jiangxue tightened her grip on Jiang Zhao's arm. Although they had always depended on each other and grew up together, the two of them seemed to have become closer after experiencing such an incident. From being taken care of by her to being able to rely on each other, Jiang Shao felt that he had done something very valuable. If he could protect her from the wind and rain in the future and keep her away from those troubles, Jiang Shao would have done a great job. It was still the same desolate snowy forest, and the bright light was still reflected on his face. Jiang Shao walked along the trees that he had marked with his sword and found second last spot. In fact, Jiang Shao planned to visit her again after the Lunar New Year, so he carved a mark on the tree. He didn't expect to use it so soon. This time, second last didn't say anything like "forbidden area" or "leave." When she saw Jiang Zhao's tattered clothes, she walked out from behind the tree in the distance. What happened? As second last walked out, her black cloak fluttered in the wind and snow, and her hoarse voice was filled with a strong sense of interrogative. Jiang Shao could hardly stand the imposing aura that she exuded. "It's impossible for the white ghouls to make you look so pathetic." Han Jiangxue grabbed Jiang Zhao's arm tightly as Han Jiangxue walked out step by step. Han Jiangxue tensed up and dared not show any hostility. However, it was difficult for her to remain calm. The huge figure in front of him was like a ferocious beast that could devour people. Especially in this dark night, that pair of eyes that emitted a faint light really made people shudder and their hair stand on end. "Is there anyone around?" Jiang Shao asked. He knew how to regulate himself. Of course, Jiang Shao was also afraid in the beginning, but he gradually got used to it after spending more than a month in the snowfield with second last. Second last shook her head. Jiang Shao nudged her with his elbow. Han Jiangxue opened Sky Smasher and Jiang Shao took a deep breath. He then extended his arm and dug around in Sky Smasher. Thud thud. With two loud thuds, two corpses appeared in front of second last. However, second last's expression was beyond their expectations. She seemed to have understood everything and said, "There's a conflict. It's good that you're alive." It was just a simple sentence, but second last seemed to think that it was a common occurrence. Although the dimensional space was not a lawless place, compared to Earth, the civilization and order here were very barren. Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, "We didn't run into them randomly. The two of them came specially to kill us." It was rare for second last to have a tinge of intonation in her tone. She lowered her head and stared at the two corpses with a menacing gaze. One was burnt beyond recognition, while the other was well preserved. Jiang Shao seized the opportunity to explain everything that happened just now to second last. Second last listened quietly and said, "Wu Di, so the person next to her is Gao Junwei." Slightly stunned, Jiang Shao asked, "Do you know his mother?" Second last glanced at Jiang Shao coldly and said, "I know everyone who's in contact with you." Jiang Shao asked in bewilderment, "Why are you so concerned about me? I caught you, didn't I? Let's see if you still say that you volunteered to be a guardian of the night now." Second last waved her hand impatiently and gestured for Jiang Shao to shut up. Han Jiangxue said, "She said that she met our parents before and that I wasn't even born yet." Second last turned to look at Han Jiangxue and said, "She's a member of the Victor's return team. She might have met your parents in front of a dimensional space." Jiang Shao was slightly stunned and thought, "Victor's return? That's a special team made up of star warriors." Due to the uncertainty of the appearance of the dimensional space, the team was formed. For example, in a normal society, the police would be in charge of fights and robberies. When a building was on fire, the firefighters would rush to the front line to provide disaster relief. In this world, if a dimensional space was suddenly opened somewhere, the Victor's return team would rush to the scene immediately and do their best to control the scene, avoid casualties, and destroy the creatures of other dimensions that had escaped to Earth. The subsequent protection, mining, and development would be done by specialized teams. The Victor's return team was similar to the firefighting team that was the first to provide disaster relief. Triumphant return also came from the meaning of triumphant return. People hoped that these heroes could return safely from every mission. How can such a person be part of the Victor's return team? Jiang Shao asked in shock. Which team doesn't have scum? I can only say that most of them are good, second last answered casually. Jiang Shao hesitated and said, This is interesting. The snowfield doesn't allow galaxy stage cultivators to enter. This place is only open to Stardust stage and Nebula stage cultivators. Second last pulled out the dagger at her waist and sliced open Gao Ye's mother's skull. This snowfield has just been invaded by mercenaries and has just been reopened. It's the strictest period, and yet, someone dares to violate the rules and allow a galaxy stage star warrior to enter. They must be tired of living. Second last's long fingers were dripping with blood as she picked up Gao Ye's mother's star bead and held it in her hand. After feeling it for a while, she said, From the later stages of the galaxy stage to the peak of the galaxy stage. Jiang Shao blinked and wondered, what does second last mean? Second last looked at Jiang Shao and said, Not bad. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Second last stretched out her blood-stained finger and made a cut on Jiang Zhao's face, leaving a trail of blood behind. Her eyes were full of admiration as she said, You survived. No, it's not. How am I supposed to resolve this matter? Don't praise me all the time. I'm so happy. Second last slowly stood up and said, Stay here with her for a few more days. You can go back before the Lunar New Year. Go. Jiang Shao blinked and looked at the two corpses at his feet. Second last said in a hoarse voice, Go, you don't have to worry about it. Oh, you won't be in danger, will you? Jiang Shao asked hesitantly. The corners of second last's lips curled up slightly, and Jiang Shao felt extremely reassured when he saw her sarcastic expression. Let's go? Jiang Shao tugged at Han Jiangshue's arm. Han Jiangxue pursed her lips and felt a sense of warmth in her heart, as if she had found someone to rely on. How long has it been since I felt this way? Han Jiangxue scrutinized Second Last's face carefully, as if she wanted to engrave her face in her mind. Under Jiang Zhao's urging, she finally nodded at Second Last and thanked her gratefully before walking away. Jiang Zhao. All of a sudden, a hoarse voice sounded in Jiang Zhao's ears. What's the matter? Jiang Zhao turned around, only to see Second Last tossing 2 star beads over. They were the star beads of Gao Junwei and his mother. Second Last said calmly, "Take them. The star beads of the peak of the galaxy stage are useless to me." Jiang Zhao was speechless. Why did you say that? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up? What allowed you to grow so big without any trouble? Is it because of your strength? Yes. That might be true. Peak. Chapter 229. Star Bead? Quality, Star Technique, 1. Green Glow. Attacks the enemy, increases the damage dealt by the green glow, and adds a slight repelling effect. Brass Quality, Upgradable, 2. Endurance. Passive Star Technique, increases one's own defense. Brass Quality, Upgradable, can be absorbed together. 3. Burning Flame. Condenses lines of flames to cover one's body or equipment. Silver Quality, Upgradable, 4. Bursting Flames. Condenses fireballs to create explosions. Silver Quality, Upgradable, can be absorbed together. 5. Snowstorm. Condenses star power and combines it with natural snow to create a huge snowstorm in a specific area. Silver Quality, Upgradable, 6. Heart of Ice and Snow. Passive Technique, reduces the effects of cold and low temperatures on one's body. Silver Quality, Upgradable, can be absorbed together. 7. Ice Bomb. Launches an ice bomb to damage the enemy. Brass Quality, Upgradable, 8. Ice Mist Armor. Increases one's defense and has a slight chance of causing freezing damage to the enemy who attacks you at close range. Silver Quality, Upgradable, 9. Ice Roar. Summons an ice storm that condenses countless pieces of ice to form a whirlwind that rotates at an extremely fast speed, causing great damage to all targets in a certain area. Gold Quality, Upgradable, can be absorbed together. 10. Sharpness. Makes one's hands and feet as hard as iron, making them abnormally sharp and lethal. Silver Quality, Upgradable, 11. Perception. Passive Technique, enhances the 5 senses. Makes one's vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch more acute. Silver Quality, Upgradable, 12. Agility. Passive Technique, makes one's movements faster and reactions more agile. Silver Quality, Upgradable, can be absorbed together. 13. Light Blue Scepter. Uses star power to create a scepter that attacks the units within a certain range with thunder and lightning. The duration of the scepter is determined by the user's infusion of star power. Gold Quality, Upgradable, 14. Dark Blue Scepter. Uses star power to create and control a scepter that attacks specific targets with thunder and lightning. The thunder and lightning will scatter in all directions and continue to damage the surrounding units. The duration of the scepter is determined by the user's infusion of star power. Gold Quality, Upgradable, can be absorbed together. 15. Light of Lightning. Releases a strong bolt of lightning to ravage the enemy, causing great damage to the target. Silver Quality, Upgradable, 16. Chain Lightning. Creates a violent bolt of lightning that penetrates the target and continuously jumps on nearby target. Gold, Upgradable, it can be absorbed together. Gao Junwei's star bead wasn't particularly eye-catching, but Jiang Xiao couldn't possibly use one star slot to absorb that star technique. At this moment, the star bead in Jiang Zhao's hand belonged to Mother Gao. Among the star techniques that could be combined and absorbed, The few that he wanted were lacking in weight. Sharpness, perception, and swiftness were obviously the star techniques of the ghost tiger. It was because the sharpness and perception were of silver quality and not from the brass star beads of the dog-headed walkers. However, there was a problem. The ghost tiger had 4 star techniques and was short of the gold quality warcry. Clearly, Mrs. Gao did not absorb that star technique. If Jiang Shao were to absorb the 3 star techniques at the same time, he would be at a disadvantage. Everyone knew that low-level star techniques could be replaced by high-level star technique. However, if Jiang Shao were to absorb the 3 star techniques at the same time, what would happen to Howl? When he absorbed the ghost tiger star bead, would the war puppet be integrated into the star slot of the ghost tiger star bead? Or would it start anew? Would it take up another star slot? Jiang Shao had very few star slots to begin with, and he dared not take the risk. In addition, he wanted perception and swiftness, but not sharpness. If he only wanted perception and swiftness, there was a special type of monkey-type creatures of other dimensions in Hubei province. Besides, they also had several other interesting star techniques. Jiang Shao looked at the internal star map and realized that among the remaining rule star techniques in Mother Gao's star bead, the ice bomb, ice mist armor, and ice roar from the ice soul were surprisingly complete. However, the ice cave in the dimensional space where the ice soul was nurtured was not open to the public. Hence, it would be difficult to upgrade the star technique. If only Han Jiangxue could absorb ice roar. Unfortunately, apart from Jiang Shao, the others could only use the star beads as tools to replenish star power and could not absorb the star techniques within them. The newly emerged light of lightning and chain lightning made Jiang Zhao's eyes light up. He had personally experienced the light of lightning that Mother Gao emitted. Hence, he naturally knew how powerful it was. However, the light of lightning was only a silver-quality star technique. In Mother Gao's hands, it was extremely powerful. On one hand, it might be because the electric star technique was too destructive. On the other hand, Mother Gao was rather capable too. Unfortunately, Jiang Shao slapped her into the sky smasher. Logically speaking, the silver quality light of lightning was really good. The instantaneous star technique was fast and powerful. Besides, it was of silver quality and was very suitable for Han Jiangxue. When he returned, he would go and see if the dimensional space was open to the public. If not, he would go to Ruifeng business firm to take a look. However, since there were gold-quality star techniques in the star bead, he reckoned that they couldn't be sold cheaply. Jiang Zhao's sigh filled the cave, accompanied by the crackling sounds of the bonfire. Jiang Shao shifted his body slightly. After maintaining the same posture for a long time, his right leg felt a little numb. Why did Jiang Shao maintain the same posture for such a long time? It was because there was a girl who was taking a nap beside him. Han Jiangshue's head was resting on Jiang Zhao's shoulder. As Jiang Shao shifted his body gently, her body trembled slightly like an insecure child who was not in a deep sleep. She slowly opened her eyes. Han Jiangxue stretched her legs and moved her body before saying, "Sleep for a while, I'll keep watch." However, Jiang Shao said, "Let's go back. We've been in the snowfield for many days. Second last told us to go back before the Lunar New Year." Han Jiangxue hesitated for a moment and said, "Let's stay for 2 more days." Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, "Look at your watch. We're counting the days. It's already the 29th of the lunar calendar. I don't want to spend the Lunar New Year here." Han Jiangxue rubbed Jiang Zhao's head smilingly and said, "It doesn't matter where we spend the Lunar New Year. It's always the 2 of us." Jiang Shao muttered softly, "I want to eat dumplings. I want to drink dumpling soup, the warm kind." Han Jiangxue was slightly stunned, for she did not expect Jiang Shao to say that. "I don't know how to make dumplings. Let's buy frozen ones," Han Jiangxue answered, indirectly agreeing to Jiang Zhao's suggestion. Jiang Shao handed Mama Gao's star bead to Han Jiangshi and said, "You know how to do it now." Han Jiangshi looked at Jiang Shao expressionlessly and asked, "Really?" Jiang Shao waved his hands and got a great shock. "If you don't know how to do it, so be it. It's okay, I'll learn it online." Jiang Shao wanted to be mischievous, but Goddess Shui refused to cooperate. Han Jiangshi smirked and chuckled. "After the Lunar New Year, use this star bead to break through with me. I think I'm almost at the peak of the nebula stage." Jiang Shao was completely stunned. "What's going on? I've been training like this every day, but I'm still only in the nebula stage. I even used my skill points to get there. Yet, you're almost at the peak of the nebula stage now? Are you still human? Are you still my sister? TSK. So what if you have 30 star slots? You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.